Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Are we live? Is everything working? Hey! Konnichiwa. Hello, Mari. Welcome to the stream. We are live. Hey! The memes. OMG, I hear music. Yeah. Quite. Hopefully I have the audio at the correct level. Our clout. I'm glad so many of you guys know that reference. Seems all good. What a week. Oh yeah, no, I chose I chose what might just be the most eventful, jam-packed 2 weeks to go on break. I saw some people in my community post while I was away joking about how it's like I paid people to make sure that I'd have drama to talk about when I came back. And holy moly, have things been falling apart over the last 2 weeks in the small corposphere. Yeah, Master N, looking forward to the Brave group. Yeah. So, hold on. Mercurius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Thank you for your generosity, and welcome to the 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. So, yeah, in case any of you haven't been keeping up with what's been going on, Pixel Link has died. A little bit of controversy cropping up around how their IPs are or are not transferring over to the talents that have now been left without a corpo. V Reverie has staged a return from the dead, apparently. That or they've had their brand bought out by another company, I say bought out in quotation marks, that is so oblivious about the EN VTubing market that they had no idea that they were buying a brand that is as radioactive as V Reveries. On top of that, apparently Nexus has now also made something of a necrotic comeback by demanding money from one of its ex-talents. And to top it all off, Globie, one of the companies owned by Brave Group, has just pulled off one of the most bungled terminations I have ever seen from a small corpo. Yeah, V Reverie is either... Oh yeah, Murray, not the whole brand, just the Twitter account for one talent. Yeah, correction. Not the entirety of the V Reverie brand, but just for some reason, they chose to buy the IP of one of the talents that had graduated from V-Rev pretty early on. So their first ever talent, if I'm remembering this correctly. So I have no idea who on earth would have advised them to do that. Because the decision to try and, well, first, if you're trying to get into VTubing in the EN scene and you don't know that it's incredibly taboo to just necro an old IP by replacing the actor playing the character, you are not ready to enter this space. And on top of that, if they did zero background research on VRev, that is even dumber, even more stupid. To the point where I find it frankly very difficult to believe that this is not some convoluted attempt made by the people behind VRev to make a comeback to the scene. Now, the company that has supposedly purchased that IP from V Reverie is named Lunova, and they released what looks like a registration certificate for their company, stating that they were formally registered in Japan in October of 2024. Only problem, the certification that they disclosed to the public lists a company under a different name, Kura Nova Limited. Now, it could be a translation thing where the two names are a little different. But since we don't know who is running this new company, for all intents and purposes, we're all still in the dark. So that's it's just so stupid. Once a grifter, always a grifter. Yeah, pretty much. I swear Niji just paid all small corpos to... Yeah. It is strange how it all happened during February. It's... like, the whiplash is severe with this one. Man, what a year for small VTuber corpos. There's a little bit of the 2024 curse. A little bit of the 2024 curse creeping over into the new year. Yes, Vesda, Globie pulled off the worst corpo termination you've seen so far. So, yeah, in case you guys don't know, essentially what Globie did is there were two talents that they wanted to terminate. Only problem is when the company chose to terminate them, they did so without notifying the talents ahead of time. So they locked them out of their accounts, posted a termination notice on Twitter, a very bare bones one at that, and the talents found out that they were terminated at the same time as the public found out that they were terminated. Now, as you can probably imagine, that's not exactly the most professional way to find out that you've been let go from your company. And these two talents then went on guerrilla live streams to talk about their experiences with Globie. And during those streams, they brought forward quite a few quite serious allegations of malpractice and misconduct from Globie's management and Brave Group's management. One of the most severe allegations that was brought forth by both talents is that Brave Group and Globie, they said that phrase specifically, Brave Group and Globie, bought their talents. And in light of Brave Group US, so again, separate from Brave EU, but still under the overall umbrella of Brave Group, Brave US, they still have, I think, 9 talents that are demonetized due to quote-unquote deceptive practices who YouTube refuses to budge on. And up until now, it's been very, very difficult to understand why YouTube, which has bent over in the past in response to things like legal threats from even individual talents under like Mythic, for example, they have not been giving Brave the time of day in spite of Brave threatening to sue. And up until now, we've had no explanation as to why that's been the case. And this is the first possible confirmation of why YouTube is that brazen. Because I've said this on stream before, but YouTube has been willing to negotiate with companies like HoloLive, like Niji, like Mythic, regarding channel strikes, channel demonetizations, channel terminations. But for some reason for this, they just don't give a shit. And that's always been really weird until now. Because now we have what could be a confirmation from within that, yes, Brave Group, I want to make this very clear, right? Brave Group, maybe not Globie, Idol, and V4 Mirai, at some point it is potentially possible, based off of the allegations leveled by the two talents that were just terminated, that Brave Group might have made the call to bot their talents without knowing it. So, if true, this is a company that is... It's on borrowed time, if that's true. Oh, Peter, welcome to the stream. 2021 just started. Yeah. Makes a lot more sense now that YouTube didn't fold from legal threats. Exactly. Because if they did bot, that would be 100% the reason behind YouTube not even caring about being threatened legally. When they have folded in the face of legal threats from much smaller actors in this space. Which was what always struck me as weird about that initial interaction between the two. I don't know whether knowing or not knowing makes it worse. It's 100% worse if it wasn't with the Talon's knowledge. Because when when Idle and V4 released those articles, so they released articles on Twitter basically telling the public, oh, please help us at YouTube, on Twitter, on social media, etc., etc. Our talents, a lot of our talents have just been demonetized for no reason. I'm willing to believe that the management, the talents at all of those companies did not know what was going on. But I'm not willing to believe that Brave Group had no idea of what was going on. Because if what the two talents who just left said is true, that would mean that this is not something that is unique to Brave EU or Brave US. And if that is what is in common between those talents who are supposedly being botted, that is a decision that comes from the top down. So, yeah, exactly, Robin. They've folded from indies threatening legal action before. So what's stopping them from folding to a massive company with as many connections and as much funding as Brave Group? It doesn't make sense. Unless YouTube actually has some sort of information that would make a lawsuit useless. Yeah, Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Botting is absolutely against YouTube terms of service? Yeah. Exactly. So, demonetizing the talents, especially once you get to the point where they've begun to issue refunds to people who had memberships and who sent super chats, that's pretty much nail in the coffin. Prince, welcome to the stream. No oil baron today because end of the month. No problem, no problem. I'm glad that your wallet can take a break. Is it easier to bot YouTube or Twitch? I have no idea. Because it's not something that I've ever tried before. And it's not something that I've looked into in that regard. Imagine you're a talent having your paycheck tanked by your own company. Yeah, again, we don't have confirmation, although I'm not sure how they would disprove that, to be honest, because of the fact that YouTube is still holding out. But so far, we only have 2 allegations from the talents. But combined with YouTube's inaction and stubbornness, that is what makes it look so suspicious. That is what makes me inclined to believe that theory. Honestly, Brave Group has always been in a position where most of the goodwill that they have from the public, and this is something that... Oh, yeah, so I think as recently as a few hours ago, just over half a day ago now, Globie put out another notice to address public concerns about the way that they terminated those 2 talents. The notice, the most recent one that they posted out, just as vague, just as bare bones as the first termination notice that they put out as well. So, whatever's going wrong in Globie's management, from all outward appearances, it's still there. It hasn't been fixed. So, eventually, when I do get to doing that stream about Brave Group's goodwill, and this is something I'll be expanding on later, Brave Group's goodwill has, for the large part, especially in the EN market, been completely purchased. All of the goodwill that people associate with Brave Group is due to the fact that they have been funding and essentially propping up companies that have not been making money and probably would not be viable without their intervention. And when I say intervention, I mostly mean money. So we haven't really had much indication that the people in charge of Brave Group actually understand the EN market, or that they actually understand the intricacies of consumer culture, VTuber culture, especially over here, and more specifically, when I read over a lot of Brave Group's messaging, a lot of their ways of promoting themselves, a lot of their marketing, it is very, very reminiscent of Strawberry Prince, the holding company that owns Bond Life and Bond EN. And that is, what I mean by that is, it is a company whose rhetoric has multiple signs of seeing its talents as IP first and people second. When your company boasts about how many talents they have under their wing, and the fact that it's in, well over triple digits, when your company uses statistics like the aggregated number of subs across all of the individual channels that you own across all of the companies you've purchased, rather than emphasizing individual achievements by individual talents or even individual companies, that is something that will always get people to raise their eyebrow, because that is usually a sign that the human side of your job, of what you trade in, what you buy and sell, is not as at the forefront of your mind as it should be. We're doing the... Unironically, I think Brave may be trying to do the 1,000 talents thing, where it's the same strategy as what Harry was trying to do with Nexus, except instead of aiming for 1,000 talents, instead of gambling on trying to find a Gargura by buying up or enticing as many talents to join as possible, what Brave is doing is that, but scaled up. They're not gambling on Garguras, they're gambling on Hololives. What it looks like they're doing is they are purchasing various VTuber companies in an attempt to amass a diverse enough portfolio that if one of them turns out to be as popular as Hololive, they will have hedged their bets appropriately. However, the problem with that is, right now, in the EN side of Brave's portfolio, I don't think there is a single company that is self-sustaining, that is profitable, which means that their dominant source of funding does not come from their talents, nor does it come from their audience. It comes from their investors. And the thing that I've always said is, if you want to understand a company's motivations, look at who is paying them to do something. If you are wondering why a company does or doesn't do something, look at who pays for their action or inaction. And the problem is, right now, a very common retort to the allegations of botting have been, why would they do this? Because it is incredibly stupid, incredibly reckless for the individual talents that have been botted, if that is the case. However, the problem is, when Brave Group is funded not by the talents, not by their audiences, but by investors, when they've signaled in the past that they use aggregate subscriber counts as a promotional measure for themselves in press releases, there is an incentive there to start fudging the numbers so that you can entice shareholders or placate shareholders. And that's where the disconnect comes from. Because, like I said before, Brave, on its own, if you remove it from all the companies it has under its wing, VSPO, Globie, V4 Mirai, Idol, if you just look at Brave, the holding company by itself, it hasn't really done anything to warrant people's trust. All of its goodwill is inherited from the companies that it buys out or funds. And so, when it comes to things like this, it is a ticking time bomb that Brave just does not seem to be managing at all. Because what happened with Globie just, 2 days ago? That is something that should not be happening anywhere. The last time that we had a really high-profile termination where the talent found out that they were terminated via social media was Selengate. That is... I just don't know what has to go wrong internally for that to be the case. Zodic, thank you for the 100. Does anyone have priests on quick dial? There's so many dead corpus trying to rise from the death. True, there's far too much corporate necromancy going on at the moment. But yeah, Right now, I'm keeping an eye on how the Globie situation develops, whether this is going to be management's final word, and, well, there is already more than enough material to make a stream of its own. So when I do end up putting up the stream, the next scheduled stream topic poll in the community tab, well, you know what's going to be on there. Because holy shit, was this recent debacle with Globie an absolute mess. People in upper management need to get fired for this. And that's not even hyperbole. Because, and this is something I'll go over in more detail in an actual dedicated stream, but if even half of what the two talents that have just left have alleged is true, then there needs to be some severe consequences for the upper management at that company. But in any case, as a nice diversion, I suppose, from all of the, well, the drama, the scandal, etc. in the small corpo scene, I'm going to offer a little bit of respite from that. There we go. Hello. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Waiting for a black... No. Okay, so one thing I will say that goes in Globie's favor is they have done a very good job of keeping the talents out of the fallout. Because so far, what I've seen is over the last 24 hours, multiple talents now have come out with a statement in various, in various forms of wording unique to them that all reiterate the same thing. If you have questions about what's going on, direct them at management. Don't ask us. We are not the right person to ask. And when it comes to handling a crisis, that is absolutely what you want to do. You want to keep your talents out of it. You don't want to use them as spokespersons. And to Globie's credit, that is exactly what they are doing. All of their talents have signaled very clearly that they are not to be talked to or solicited for information about what's going on with management. And that is something that, admittedly, low bar, but it is important that we jump over those anyways. A random who games, thank you for the 5. A lot of Brave's oddness can be traced back to Biscotti from V4 Mirai leaving to go to Hololive. Huh, interesting. I haven't looked into that just yet. I might do that in the future. Near future. JV Robergado, thank you for the 125 pesos. Would I be wrong in assuming that they are being made an example of in order to tighten control over those who remain? See, the thing is, I can absolutely see that being the case based off of how they were terminated and the subsequent response from management. However, I'd need to make a judgment like that, we'd need examples of Brave doing that in the past. So that would require a bit more research than just an off-the-cuff assertion. Although I can see why people would say that, because it makes no sense. It was so tactless, so abrupt, and so, well, I mean, it really couldn't. No rational person would terminate two talents in the manner that Globie did and expect there to be zero pushback and zero fallout. If that is genuinely what people thought would happen among Globie's upper management, that is, again, a very clear reason why they should not have their jobs. But in any case, I'm wondering if it might be a good idea to wait a bit before doing the Brave stream. Oh no, absolutely. It's not going to be something that I do next week. Maybe not even the week afterwards. But it is going to be a stream that I end up doing in all likelihood. Because this is a situation that is... When it comes to examples of what not to do, PR-wise, I don't think we've seen... Well, okay, we have seen quite a lot of shit, admittedly, from small corpos, especially over the last 2 months. But I think this is one of the clearest examples of a company that was previously regarded quite highly by general audiences as well as its own audiences that has been tanked significantly, drastically in the wake of a controversy like this. Because prior to about a week ago, Globie was pretty much either off people's radars or regarded positively. I don't think there was anyone who looked at Globie and thought, oh yeah, no, that's a disaster waiting to happen. Or I don't think that was a very popular sentiment. Granted, the graduation of Pippa Pebblesworth did raise a few eyebrows, but besides that, I think largely they were regarded quite highly. However, now that's completely changed. And that kind of fall from grace is something that, in my opinion, can and should be studied. Is it just me or is the music gone? It should still be playing. It should still be playing. I thought they were solid. Yeah, exactly, Mare. Because prior to that point, prior to Pippa's graduation, there was no indication that anything was really going wrong. So a topic 9 months down the line, maybe. Yeah, Tsuma and I consult Rima for the town's PL streams. Oh no, yeah, I was in her Discord when it was all going down, so yeah, I have access to those, don't worry. So I would be okay, I'd hold off on the Niji Sanji comparisons for now, because like I said, there are pretty significant differences between how Globie has handled the fallout from this and how Niji handled the fallout from their scandals. Because if you remember, every termination that Niji has had from Niji Sanji En thus far has been accompanied by the talents choosing to, either choosing to or being pushed by management to act as the company's PR reps. Globie has done the opposite of that, which I think is enough distinction to warrant separating them from Niji. However, at the same time, after February of 2024, people are hyper on edge, hyper conscious of behaviors from companies that may indicate behind-the-scenes abuse of the talents or mistreatment of the talents. And terminating their talents in that manner, there is no way in hell that somebody rationally could have looked at that and overlooked that this was going to be the response. That the first thing people were going to think about was February 2024, Niji Sanji En, and start comparing the two. So while personally I don't think that comparison holds water, because they're not really close, I do think that people making that comparison, even if it is a little bit of hyperbole, is also completely understandable, given how that situation was handled. At least they didn't push someone into the line of fire. Exactly. And to me, that makes all the difference. If you're going to fuck up in terms of your management, if you're going to fuck up company communication, the least you can do is make sure that your talents stay out of it. And that is what Globie has done, to their credit. So whatever flaws their management may have, at the very least, their PR does not seem to be getting tanked by their talents regarding this. Now, according to what was alleged by one of the talents that was terminated, they have tried to use talents as PR shields in the past, which is, again, something that is very concerning, and so it is something that I'll probably end up going over in more detail later on, but yeah. Senor Tortillas, thank you for being a member for 5 months. Hello, Chair, I'm collecting all your feet quotes. Where's Billy? I think I saw him earlier. But yeah. So more competent, but not more ethical. I wouldn't even say... Well, more competent? Yes, probably. Compared to Niji Sanji En. But Niji Sanji in general, now that's a bit of a tougher comparison to make, because remember that the JP side of Niji is doing just fine from all outward appearances, so... Not the Billy summon. Well, I'm sure he'll turn up later on. But in any case, to return to the topic at hand, so... Sorry, I was clapping. I see, Billy, I see. In any case, so, to get back on topic about the memes, right? Before we begin this stream, few disclaimers as per usual. First, Do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during this stream in any way, shape, or form. All text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and is thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was either posted and or publicly addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. We may be one day off in either direction. And finally, if there's something that's being blocked by either chat or my Fuji, don't worry. I'll be narrating everything on screen, and the slides will all be posted as per usual to my Patreon after the stream, where you can access all of the slides from all of my streams, past, present, and future, for free. You just need to become a member. You don't even need to become a paying member. Just become a member, and you'll have access to all of my slides. So, I saw a lot of speculation in chat and also in the community tab as to how I'd dive into this topic. And, well, the angle that I've chosen may seem a little strange to some of you. But, as per usual, when we're doing a little bit of a deep dive into a topic like this, we're going to start with a little bit of a history lesson. And it goes back quite a bit. Quite a few hundred years, in fact. All the way back to 79 AD, and a city in Italy by the name of Pompeii. On one fateful day, at some point during this year, hotly debated by historians, most recent assertion, I believe, most popular prevailing theory is sometime during October of this year. The neighboring volcano of this little town, named Mount Vesuvius, exploded. And during this eruption, the city was, well, large swaths of the city were completely destroyed. And on top of that, many of the inhabitants who were not able to escape in time died. In popular media, in the recollection of many people who were alive at the time, wrote down their thoughts about what was going on, described it in history books, etc., etc., this was what approached to be an apocalyptic event. And that theme of this being a kind of apocalyptic event has been thoroughly preserved and has survived in the form of how this event is remembered through media. For example, paintings, Last Day of Pompeii by Karl Brulov, they all depict this kind of, again, very apocalyptic scene of fire raining down from the sky as people cower and freeze in place, right? You have it being preserved in other forms of media as well. Movies like, well, Pompeii by, I forget who directed it, but I remember that it starred, what was the name of the guy? Orlando Bloom, I think it was. Then you have it depicted in television as well, in a Doctor Who episode, The Last Day of Pompeii, and I survived the destruction of Pompeii, 79 AD, in the form of books. Regardless of what forms of media you look at that preserve, talk about, discuss, depict this event, whether it be paintings, television, movies, books, etc., all of them, for the most part, seem to hinge on the destruction that accompanied this. The fact that it seemed like the world was ending to everyone who was there at the time. However, one of the most defining, haunting relics of this specific event throughout history have been these things. The casts of the victims that died during this eruption. Now, essentially what happened is, as the eruption happened, people either suffocated to death or were killed via thermal shock once the magma started washing over into the town. And as their corpses lay there, they were gradually buried under volcanic ash and soot, etc. And over time, in spite of the biological material rotting away into nothing, the shapes of their bodies still remained in the dirt. And sometime around 1863, an Italian archaeologist by the name of Giuseppe Fiorelli, perfected a technique whereby he was able to use plaster to essentially reconstruct the shapes of the corpses as those people died. He would essentially, as depicted here, tap a hole into that cavity in the volcanic ash, etc., pour in plaster, wait for that plaster to set, and then, when that plaster was uncovered, you would have a near perfect replica of the shape of the corpse when they died. To this day, these remnants of the inhabitants at Pompeii during that eruption of 79 AD are still on display in the Museum of Pompeii. And this is where things get interesting, because when you look at how these casts were preserved, the way that they are presented and the way that they play a role in how people remember this event is very specific, or at least it started out very specific. You would take these casts, and starting from around 1873, these casts would be put into glass cases, which would then be put on display in various museum exhibits. For example, if I'm pronouncing this correctly and remembering this correctly, I forget the exact Italian term for it. I think it was Museo Pompeo or something like that, although I'm probably butchering it. But in any case, the Museum of Pompeii and various other museum exhibits around the world. Now, more recently, they've changed to primarily displaying these in the environments in which those people passed away. But initially, this was the way that many people perceived this event. This was what defined most people's recollection, perception, and, well, feelings, sentiments towards this. And when it comes to understanding, Master N Armchair, here's a lighthearted stream where we talk about a historical tragedy and the people that died horribly. Well, I mean, at least it's not to do with, current VTuber drama, right? So it's still technically a positive stream, right? So when we look at the way that people actually perceive, remember, recollect, and feel about the eruption of 79 AD at Pompeii, especially through the lens of these casts and how they act as a relic from that time period, there are two main factors, two components that go into this particular relic that ends up shaping how people approach this event, right? And the two things are mental associations, right? So the various ideas, feelings, themes attached to whatever's going on here. And the second thing being the display medium, right? How these relics from the past were put on display for people to interact with. To break down the first one, the display medium, right? Because as I've said many times before, the medium is the message. When you understand that the main medium that people had when it comes to understanding this tragedy was to go into a museum and actually look at the corpses of these people, or the remnants of the corpses of these people, put into glass display cases, right? There are a few mental associations that naturally accompany that medium. For example, this idea that you are only observing this from the outside, right? You are not participating in this in any manner. There is this idea of separation, not just in terms of having the cast itself in a glass case, but the fact that you are standing apart from this. You have no involvement in actually putting that display up for other people to look at to begin with. There is this idea of solemnity. You are looking at the corpses of people who might have died in incredible agony, right? And it's naturally grim. It is naturally something that is it is inclined to persuade people to treat it seriously, right? And finally, there's this idea of passivity. Like I said before, You're not really participating in the way that this is being put on display. You're an observer. You come in from the outside, you walk into the museum, you stand there, you look at what's in the display case, and whatever thoughts you have, they're yours. But for the most part, you are not involved in the construction of this event, the construction of how this relic from the past is presented to both you and other members of the audience. Same thing happens when we break it down by the mental associations that accompany how people remember this. For example, natural disaster where hundreds of people died, catastrophe, agony, helplessness, death. All of these are mental associations that people draw from just looking at those casts. People curled up, folded, seizing up on the ground from the heat, burning away their muscles. All of these things are readily apparent the moment you look at these displays. And when you combine these two things together, right, that specific set of mental associations with the specific display medium being, a museum display that you are not permitted to interact with in any way, that you had no hand in constructing yourself, you get the idea that one of the things that accompanies this particular presentation of the eruption of Vesuvius, in Pompeii of 79 AD, is this idea of taboo, right? That there is a specific set of ways that you should or shouldn't engage with this particular topic. This is death. This is painful death. And as a result, when you interact with it, there's a certain level of expected decorum when you do so, right? The definition of taboo, the official definition according to the Oxford Dictionary, is a social or religious custom prohibiting or restricting a particular practice or forbidding association with a particular person, place, or thing. However, we can simplify this definition even further by simply explaining it as participatory non-engagement. Now, what I mean by that is that with a taboo, right? A taboo doesn't work unless a lot of people agree to keep it in place. So in that sense, taboos are participatory, because unless everyone unilaterally agrees to refrain from talking about something, thinking about something, or acting on something, that taboo is not going to exist for very long. However, I say it's non-engagement because taboos are more about telling you what you shouldn't do or what you should refrain from doing, rather than encouraging you to do something. In this particular case, the specific taboo was around the topic of how these people died, right? How painful it was, etc., etc. What you don't do, or what was expected of this kind of event, when you come into contact with this event, how people perceive this event, what was expected is that you would regard it with a degree of respect, acknowledgement of the tragedy. What was not expected was people joking about this, making light of the situation. And for a number of years, this was exclusively the way that this event was remembered and preserved, especially in the form of these casts. For a number of years, the dominant perspective on the eruption of 79 AD at Pompeii was this idea of taboo. However, starting from 2017, there would be a duo of discoveries, two sets of casts of people that had died in Pompeii during that eruption that would go on to change how a significant portion of the audience approached the idea of engaging with this subject, as well as the way that they perceived this subject. And those two casts were a cast that has now been termed, quote, the masturbating man, found in 2017, and a corpse known as the unluckiest man, uncovered in 2018. And just by looking at the two pictures, you can probably tell what convinced people to change the way that they started perceiving this event. Because, well, let's just say it's quite obvious what the masturbating man was named after and why he got named that. However, the unluckiest man, well, essentially, for people who aren't looking at the screen and just listening, the unluckiest man was a skeleton that was uncovered in Pompeii that had a cinder block on top of its head. So, initially, people assumed that he was escaping the city, and he might have even done so, were it not for the fact that a giant block of stone fell onto him from above. A Looney Tunes-ass way of dying, for want of a better way of phrasing it. Now, later forensic investigations proved that the stone wasn't actually the cause of death. His skull seemed to be, pretty intact underneath. But it was just funny, in a very morbid fashion, that he was discovered in that light. And because these discoveries were made public in the year 2017, when the internet was a thing, when social media was a thing, social media did what social media does and ran with both of these corpses. Overnight, pretty much, they both ended up becoming memes everywhere on the internet. For example, masturbating man, Pompeii, 79 CE. This man saw his entire world crumbling to fire and ash and decided to crank one out before facing eternity. Legend. And another comment by a user called Persian Rose on Twitter. One last one for Harambe, 1.1k likes. And for the unluckiest man, the relentless news cycle, me, survived the volcano only to get Looney Tunes to death. Now, as you can probably tell, what had essentially happened is the medium and the associations regarding the way that people saw this event had completely shifted. And as a result of those two things changing, what had just happened is this situation had gone from being perceived and remembered as a tragedy to being perceived and remembered as a comedy. So the first thing to alter was the display medium. So when you go from, a museum display to seeing something on social media, the way that people engage with that content changes completely. Instead of just being bound by the role of an observer, right? A passive observer, separate from what you are seeing and removed from the process of presenting it to others, you are now directly participating in how this media is being spread, right? Instead of this being something that is very obviously distantly, something that's separate from you, distant because of space, time, etc., space, time, and tragedy, you've now replaced that with an emphasis on relatability. All of these memes are aimed at trying to take this rather macabre image and translating it into something that people can laugh at on an everyday basis and relate to on an everyday level. Instead of solemnity, you now have irreverence. This idea that anything is fair game so long as it's funny. A philosophy that I myself can, I condone that quite a bit. And also, instead of the passivity, right, that accompanies you having to stand separate from the thing that you are observing, now you've replaced that with immediacy. The medium has completely changed the meaning accompanied with these things, because now the expectation is not that you are going to stand idly by. The expectation is now you are going to engage with this the moment it comes up on your feed, whether it be by liking, retweeting, sharing, or maybe even putting your own spin on things. All of that has now changed. It's gone from being observation to involvement. Same thing happens when you look at the mental associations, because essentially what had happened is, like I said before, this event had gone from being remembered as a tragedy to being preserved as a comedy. Instead of emphasizing how catastrophic this event was, now you had the absurdity of how some members of it, some of the victims appeared to have died. Instead of the agony of how they might have died, now you have the vulgarity of what some of them were possibly doing while they died. Instead of the helplessness of both the victims who couldn't really get out of this awful situation, and of the observers who can't do anything about the situation, now you've replaced that with a feeling of agency. You might not be able to do something about a tragedy, but you have the ability to laugh at it, and you have the ability to construct a joke about it that will help others laugh at it as well. You now have a direct role in shaping how it is perceived and how it is remembered. Exactly, Tsumina. It goes from being it transforms into a POV type thing. And finally, instead of just death, right, mortality, the uncomfortable nature of dealing with the inevitability of how people die and how suddenly that can happen, how painfully that can happen, you've replaced that with Schadenfreude. Frustratingly, a term that we don't have an equivalent of in English, which basically means, if I remember correctly, pain joy, or deriving pain pleasure, or deriving some sort of twisted amusement from the suffering of either yourself or others. Similar to sadism, not quite the same idea. But in any case, the reason why I want to emphasize this to you guys, this transition of how Pompeii was remembered, changing between 1863, when the casts were first made, to 2017, when some of the casts got turned into a meme, was because this transition from tragedy and comedy fits into a far larger discussion, especially in communications theory, about the role of narrative archetypes in shaping how people remember things, in shaping how people perceive things. And there is a paper that I want to sort of summarize to you some of the points. There's a paper that I read sometime over the last few years, I forget exactly when, titled Between Tragedy, Romance, Comedy, and Satire, Narratives of Axiological Progress in Public Relations, which basically discussed how, regardless of how factual the information you try to present to an audience is, if you want your audience to actually accept that information and absorb that into their own worldview, more often than not, the way you present that information is going to have to fall within, broadly speaking, 4 main narrative archetypes. Now, to break down some of the academia babble that they have in this paper, axiological basically refers to the study of value, right? How values are created, what gives something value, how do people decide on how much value to allocate to something? And so, what this paper was talking about is how is the discipline of public relations, where does the value of public relations come from? And how do people determine what the value of public relations is in how it's studied? And the argument that this paper was making, one of the main arguments, is that PR is a, quote, multi-paradigmatic discipline. Now, that's basically just, academia for there are many different approaches to conceptualizing public relations, which makes it difficult to evaluate how the discipline itself is progressing. Because generally speaking, right, when it comes to sciences, for example, it's relatively easy to understand if your discipline is making progress, right? You gain more theories equations, etc., that you can use to, in more accurate, more tangible ways, quantify, measure, predict the world around you. However, with something like public relations, it's a little bit more difficult because there are a number of different competing theories theories and philosophies as to how it should be done and how it should be taught. So part of this argument is attributed to the fact that PR itself is a bit of a mishmash of ideas from other disciplines cobbled together. You have aspects of social sciences, psychology, marketing and communications, etc., and when you take theories and ideas from all of these and sort of jam them together, you get this sort of Frankenstein's discipline that is public relations. And so one of the solutions to that problem of, not really having one definitive way of understanding and conceptualizing the value of PR, as proposed by this paper, is the idea of examining PR practices through the lens of narrative building. Right? Specifically, what this paper does is it emphasizes that when it comes to public communication, any kind of social progress, even the establishment of scientific findings as facts, hinges on the use of narrative-style presentation in order to achieve acceptance among the general public. In other words, like I said before, it doesn't matter how factual the information you're presenting is. If you want your audience to accept it, you're going to have to package it in the form of some kind of narrative. And so, this paper breaks down that idea even further by identifying 4 main genres of narrative that underpin the concept of social progress, that massage an audience into being able to accept the information that you are presenting to them. The first of these genres is tragedy. Tragedy is a narrative concept that hinges on the idea that higher forces outside of our control, sometimes even outside of our understanding, dictate how things progress, and that all attempts to deviate from this are just delusion. In other words, things will happen whether you like it or not. All you can do is cope with it. And this is a narrative genre that favors the use of something called metonymy. In other words, when a thing is reduced to and substituted with only one of its attributes. So, an example of that could be, when we talk about corporate executives, for example, and we refer to them as suits, because suits, as an item, it sort of represents the more superficial, the more, boxed in aspects of their personalities, as a generalization. And so it acts as this sort of, this easy way of reducing down the overall thing that you're describing into an easily recognizable part of what defines them. The second, I'm a reindeer, Nepo baby? Yeah. That's another example of metonymy, right? Because you take one aspect of how someone gained their career and you basically reduce all of their career down to that, based off, and generally speaking, it can be a pretty effective way at cutting through all of the glam and glitter of how someone presents their career success. The second narrative genre that this paper mentions is comedy, which is quite similar to tragedy in the sense that higher forces dictate how things are. However, where it deviates from its counterpart is that in the case of comedy, comedic narratives, individual agents can overcome a complex set of trials and tribulations that may not make sense individually, but when put together add up to an overall ultimate salvation from what is going on. In other words, whereas tragedy insists that trying to fight what's going on around you is completely hopeless, comedy argues that so long as you have some way of, asserting your own agency in spite of what goes on around you, yes, sure, in the moment you might not be able to track that your situation is changing at all, but when you look at it from a bird's eye view, you can see that slowly but surely you are changing something. You are asserting your agency. You are regaining control over your destiny. And as a result, this is a narrative genre that favors the use of synecdoche, a technique where a part of something is used to represent the whole. Now, in contrast to metonymy, metonymy is more about reducing something big to just one part of itself. It is destructive, whereas synecdoche tends to be constructive, where you take, one portion of something and over time, when you look at it from a bird's eye view, like I said before, you get a more complete picture of how something looks overall. So, in contrast to metonymy, synecdoche is a constructive technique. And the reason why this narrative genre favors this technique so much is because, like I said, when you look at the individual events of a comedy, they don't really make sense if they're just looked at in a vacuum. However, when you put them all together, that's when you start to get a story that begins to be more comprehensible, right? Oh, hey, I said Synecdoche earlier? Yeah, exactly. The third genre of narrative that people favor is the idea of romance. And I don't mean necessarily things like, lovey-dovey romance. No, this is more the idea of maturation, right? So, according to this paper's definition of this narrative genre, romance revolves around the idea that destiny is ultimately shaped through choice, individual choice, and the ability to grab hold of destiny is gained through maturation, right? Some sort of maturing process. Both the maturation of the individual agents in question and the relationship between said agent and their audience, right? So in other words, a romantic view of PR would be that there is nothing truly outside of our control. But so long as we are willing to mature as individual PR agents, and so long as we are willing to put time and effort into maturing the relationship between us and the people that we are communicating with, any situation, any event, no matter how unforeseen, can be taken control of. That is the romantic view of the practice of public relations. And as a result, this is a narrative genre that very much favors the use of metaphors, right? Because metaphors are inherently designed to provoke people, persuade people to consider the connections between two things that seem quite different on the outside. But as your understanding of both of those things matures, the connection between them becomes more and more clear as well. Romance is the existentialist approach. Exactly. Why did they choose a Rome to represent this? I'm not quite sure, Prince of Dew, and I'm not quite sure that's even where the word comes from. But yeah. Yeah, Eddie, so your destiny is just a skill issue, according to this. Yeah, pretty much, right? It is a skill issue arising from either your maturity, your level of maturity, or your lack thereof. The final genre of narrative that this paper identifies is the idea of satire. The idea that truth is unmasked by overturning expectations and established norms, that you need to use irritation and subversion as crucial tools in order to expose the truth, right? This is the idea that if you really want to get at the heart of how things actually work, if you really want to expose the world for how it is, what you need to do is go into established norms, expectations, and find some way of agitating them to the point where the natural way that things work is disturbed in a way, so the natural, not the way that the world works, but the natural assumptions, illusions about how the world works are shattered in the process. And as a result, this is a narrative genre that heavily favors the use of irony, right? So this idea of wanting to point out inherent contradictions in the way that things are happening, or getting across, implying to the audience that there is more to know that they are not yet aware of, right? Pointing out discrepancies between how people act and what they say. And as a result, when it comes to dealing with things like hypocrisy, deception, etc., abuse of authority and power, satire is a very powerful narrative tool in order to, if not attack it, at least expose it. And when it comes to actually applying these four main narrative genres to the practice of public relations, what this paper then does is it arranges them in a sort of graph, right? A sort of diagram where different combinations of sets of two between these four narrative genres result in different paradigms, different approaches towards conceptualizing the value and role of public relations. For example, when you combine tragedy and romance, right, those two narrative genres, you get the functional paradigm of PR. Basically, the idea that the PR agent is this sole heroic figure that has to contend with these unexpected, unpreventable crises that routinely occur in the world around them, right? That the company that they represent, or the people that they represent, or the person they represent is always going to be subject to forces outside everyone's control. And all that individual PR agent can do is try to be the hero that steps up and does their best with what is provided, right? This is the idea of the PR agent as a heroic figure. And when you look at the way that individual companies, I suppose, the equivalent to this in the VR, in the VTuber sphere, would be when companies either instruct or allow their talents to act as public relations representatives. Because when a talent opens their mouth and supposedly speaks on behalf of the company, the implication, the intended effect of that is that they are viewed as a sort of hero, right? They're stepping up to save their company from further embarrassment, from further downfall, from further humiliation, scandal, etc., etc. However, they are, in many ways, a tragic figure, because more often than not, if you get a talent speaking up on behalf of a company when something's gone wrong, chances are the thing that went wrong is outside of the control of the person who's speaking. That is what makes them a tragic figure. And so, as a result, they come off as this sort of, like I said before, right? This lone hero standing against destiny, the odds, and all these circumstances that they had no say in. Now, yeah, H-Hound is what comes to mind. Yeah, exactly. So when you have specific representatives, people whose job it is to communicate on behalf of a corporation, for example, this is usually the paradigm that specific approach to PR operates within. However, when you combine romance and comedy, what you get is a co-creational paradigm. And this is what we saw regarding the casts at Pompeii. Essentially what ends up happening is you take the natural comedy that comes along with people getting involved and, sort of remixing, reinterpreting, and adding their own spin on how a message is conveyed and understood and presented. And you combine that with the romantic idea that if you build up a close enough, mature enough relationship between, you and your audience, you can pretty much tackle anything, right? And the co-creational paradigm is an idea of public relations that revolves around trying to cultivate as close and involved a relationship between you and your audience as possible. So that when things go sideways, when something unexpected happens, you are willing to bounce off one another to find a way of dealing with it, or find a way of coping with it, whichever you're in a better position to do at the time. This is what happened with the masturbating man and the unluckiest man when they were discovered in Pompeii. Because instead of being this, instead of being something that was belonged to the functional paradigm of, how people were perceiving things, right? Instead of just viewing the entirety of the 79 AD eruption of Mount Vesuvius and destruction of Pompeii as being this event that normal everyday people are disconnected from, an event that they rely on archaeologists as the individual agents in question to represent to them. It shifted into being this thing that audiences themselves became involved in, that audiences themselves had a hand in defining and spreading to other people. So it moved from being like I said before, functional to being co-creational. All valor, parasocial is connected to this. So essentially, when you go for a co-creational paradigm, right, one of the side effects of that is going to be if the paradigm in question is dealing with individual figures, creating personal brands and creating content for an audience that is there for them, parasocial relationships are inherently going to fit in this quadrant of the diagram, right? In many ways, parasocial relationships between creators and their audiences are a direct result of pursuing a public relations strategy that revolves around a union between romantic narratives and comedic narratives, right? Because, like I said, when you are a creator trying to do your best to grow your brand, create more content, etc., there are always going to be things that happen over the course of your social media career, whatever, that are outside of your control, outside of your audience's control. However, the aim of creating that relationship between creator and audience is to mature it, right? To develop a degree of familiarity and closeness to the point where your audience understands you implicitly and you understand your audience implicitly. And when you combine those two things, natural side effect is a parasocial relationship, right? And the underlying philosophy behind pursuing that degree of closeness is this idea that if you and your audience understand each other enough, it doesn't matter what happens outside of your control. Both of you are going to be in a position to support each other throughout that rough patch or that unexpected circumstance or whatever it may be, that trial or tribulation. The third combination between comedy and satire is what's called the social reflective paradigm of public relations. This is basically the idea that public relations is a practice that needs to be self-aware, that is best practiced with a degree of reflexivity, meaning self-examination, right? And the underlying idea behind this particular approach towards conceptualizing PR is the idea that there are some aspects of normal, natural public relations practice that sound good on paper, but may have unintentionally negative consequences down the line. An easy example of this, one that we've talked about many times on stream before, is the concept of transparency. Now, on paper, the more transparency you have, the better off you are, right? The more transparent you are, most people conflate that with honesty, and as a result, generally speaking, among inexperienced public relations practitioners, as well as most general audiences who aren't trained in this field, people will associate transparency with something being automatically good. However, the problem is when you rely exclusively on the idea of transparency being the linchpin of your public relations strategy, that is very easily manipulated into use of not dishonesty in the contents of what you present to your audience, but dishonesty in the way that you present that content to your audience. In other words, the use of framing, use of agenda setting, the state of being honest, quote unquote, with your audience in terms of what you present to them, but not giving them enough information, not being transparent with absolutely everything, right? Picking and choosing what you choose to be transparent about so that you look as good as possible, even if you haven't earned that goodwill. And this approach towards this self-reflective, social reflective approach towards public relations is aimed at examining the discipline with that degree of self-awareness, with that degree of understanding that maybe some of the values that we are taught about, right, like transparency, etc., they are not always going to be as virtuous when applied in real life as they sound on paper. Conversely, there are some things that sound universally bad on paper that might actually be good when applied in a real life scenario, like the concept of ambiguity, vagueness, the opposite of transparency, right? Because on paper, usually you'd assume that, oh, okay, if my job is public relations, if my job is to communicate with an audience, surely you'd like to make sure that everything, absolutely everything I say and do is as clear as possible, right? Except that's not actually how it works, because the problem is, when you present information to an audience, that's not necessarily guaranteeing that your audience will know what to do with that information. Very frequently, if an audience is presented with information without the accommodating context behind that information, or without a framework from which to understand that information is very easily misinterpreted. For example, a practice, I'm trying to think of for example, right? Explaining, easy example from VTubing, explaining revenue cuts to an audience. Let's say that you as a company operate according to a 50-50 revenue split between you and your audience, between you and your talents, right? But you don't include that in the marketing because that's the norm for the industry. When you disclose, if you were to disclose to your audience as if it was a good thing that we split our revenue 50-50, generally the popular knee-jerk response would likely be, wow, that's a lot of money to be taking from your talents. However, the problem is the audience lacks context, general audiences lack context of what exactly you are providing in return for that money. In addition to probably not really thinking about how, like I said many times before, the revenue split is not just a cost to the talents, but a measure of obligations owed by the company. So, in theory at least, a company that operates according to a 50-50 revenue split will have a higher degree of obligation towards its talents than a company that operates according to an 80-20 revenue split in favor of the talent. So, again, just being as transparent as possible, not leaving that degree of ambiguity might sound like a bad thing, right? Being vague about what your pay split is, and even if you just have a 50-50 pay split, like not disclosing that to your audience, the idea of not disclosing something is usually stigmatized. However, there are situations in which that is objectively a better thing to do, right? Yeah, in theory, right? That is before taxes. Yeah, exactly. Net versus gross. Yeah. How much is easy? Yeah, so how much does Nietzsche owe with that 2%? Something that I do feel like is a little overlooked when it comes to corpo VTubing specifically is I do feel like people are predisposed to define all of corpo VTubing by the examples where something's gone wrong. And granted, I understand that tendency. We all focus, we fixate more. It is human instinct to fixate more on negative things than positive things. However, at the same time, I do think that it's worth considering that when things go catastrophically wrong, that is usually the exception rather than the rule. Because the rule is determined by whichever companies are able to continue operating. And right now, when you look at the companies that have continued operating, things like 2% of merch, that is not a very... it's frequent, it is common in the sense that we've had an uncomfortable number of examples of companies trying to pull that off. But I don't think it is fair to judge all of corpo VTubing by something like Niji Sanji, for example. Because as we'll get into later on in this stream, there are certain things that being part of a corpo allows a creator to do that is just not feasible when you're operating as a lone agent. I'd argue that we instead focus on contrasts. If something is mostly good, the bad will pop off. But it's mostly bad, then the good will pop off. Yeah, that's true. Streamers generally don't talk about how much they earn in my experience. It alienates the audience if it seems like they were begging. Yeah, exactly. And again, that's another great example of why sometimes ambiguity and a lack of transparency could actually work out better for a media figure, for example, or in practice, even though it sounds bad on paper. Reverse survivorship bias. Yeah, that's probably a pretty good way of describing it. A reindeer, yeah. the final combination is the cross between tragedy and satire, which is called critical cultural, or what this paper terms a critical cultural paradigm. Now, what that means is it is a philosophy surrounding public relations that is built on the premise that there is very little point in individual actors trying to mitigate or prevent crises, that everything that happens in the world is determined by social, political, economic, cultural forces outside of the understanding and control of any individual or group of individuals. However, by understanding that, you can then begin to analyze how these forces interact with one another and identify areas in which you can possibly adjust to what is currently going on around you. So again, this is admittedly a pretty doomer way of looking at the whole discipline of public relations, because it basically says that, yeah, you can't prevent shit, but maybe if you pay attention to all of these forces outside of your control and you spend a lot of time analyzing them and understanding them, you might be able to find some way of coping. And the way that you find, the way that you have of coping won't change the situation, but it might alter how people approach the situation or think of the situation or perceive the situation. So when you look at all of these different ways of conceptualizing the value of public relations, the way that the paradigm that applies most visibly to Pompeii is this, the co-creational paradigm. Because when you look at this, the way that the masturbating man and the unluckiest man changed the way that people engage with the whole topic of Pompeii's destruction, when you combine both the mental associations attached with these images and the mediums that we use to display and distribute them, what you get is not a taboo, but a meme, the polar opposite of a taboo. Instead of participatory non-engagement, what you have is participatory co-creation. Everyone is participating in equal measure in order to create cooperatively this new interpretation of how things happened and how things should be remembered, how things should be engaged with. And as a result, what you have is this sort of this shift from something being just this disconnected relic from the past to being this hyper-involved, hyper-popularized iteration of a collective memory, of a meme. Yeah, my main criticism of this model is that the opposites not also be combined? I'm not sure they need to be on opposite ends of the axes. Yeah, I have the same sort of thought about this. However, for the purposes of this stream, it provided a pretty convenient framework to sort of explain some of the ideas, right? And when you actually look at the situation of how these two casts almost single-handedly changed the way that audiences understood and viewed the destruction of Pompeii, there is an entire body of literature dedicated to understanding how exactly this happened, right? How this use of humor completely changed the way that people saw a historic tragedy. And one of the examples of academic literature that sort of break this down is a chapter out of a textbook called the Rutledge Handbook of Archaeology and Media in the 21st Century. You know, again, when you look at the title, it's, honk me, right? However, the chapter itself called Comedy Equals Tragedy Plus Time, funnily enough, I think someone in chat actually used this exact phrase when we were talking about the shift in perception towards Pompeii. But yeah, the chapter itself is called Comedy Equals Tragedy Plus Time, The Memeification of Archaeological Human Remains by Catherine Crouch. And this is a chapter that basically breaks down that entire process, right? Breaks down the process by which people ended up changing the way that they perceive Pompeii based purely off of the masturbating man and the unluckiest man. And, well, if you're interested in this topic, in exploring this topic further, I recommend taking a look at this chapter in particular. However, there is one beautiful quote that Crouch uses to sum up why there is such a strong appeal for gallows humor, for dark humor, for black humor when it comes to confronting this idea of death and how people die. And that is this, that we are incapable of confronting death without humor. This idea that it is comedy, the use of comedy, that acts as a way of injecting agency in how people approach uncomfortable topics, or topics that would have otherwise been confined to taboo, to a constant state of rules, social or cultural, around how you should engage with a topic and how you shouldn't engage with a topic. Ways of constricting how people think and express themselves. And the thing is, it is, according to Crouch, it is humor, comedy, that allows for that spark that creates opportunities to potentially redefine how people see something, especially when that something is negative in nature. And so when we actually look at the effects of how this particular event in history was changed throughout time, changed over time, you can kind of arrange this event on a sliding scale between taboo, which involves participatory non-engagement, right? Where everyone comes together to unanimously decide and act as if there are certain things that they just shouldn't talk or think about, versus memes, which on the polar opposite end of the spectrum results in participatory co-creation. Everyone gets involved, everyone gets a say, everyone takes a turn at remixing, recreating, redistributing how something is presented, how something is thought of, how something is discussed. And so what ends up happening is, as you move from taboo to meme, using comedy, using humor, you move from a low agency position where you are largely where something is largely relegated to being, something that happened to somebody, to being in a high agency position where something happens because of somebody or something else. So, in other words, if you're stuck in an environment where the only way that you have of perceiving an event is through the lens of taboo, right? Where there's only one way that you can present it, there's only one way you're allowed to perceive it, there's only one way you're allowed to discuss it. Whatever is being presented, whatever event is, being discussed, that will only ever be an event where things can be presented as if it was the result of circumstances outside of everybody's control, right? However, when you move over to getting the audience involved in this process of co-creation, of injecting humor and comedy into how an otherwise negative situation might have been presented and remembered, you now create a circumstance where there is agency in terms of how something is presented, right? How when you choose to joke about something, you are making a choice. You are reasserting your capacity to make a choice in how something is perceived, how something is remembered, how something is discussed, how something is thought of. And this escalation, I suppose, this departure from something happening to somebody to something happening because of somebody, is a really crucial element when it comes to shaping how an audience might perceive and remember how something happened. And a really easy example of that, in action, happened on December 9th of 2020, when Takanashi Kiara of Hololive EN woke up to discover that her YouTube channel had, for no apparent reason, been terminated by YouTube. And she would tweet out in the morning, I don't know what the heck is happening, but I'm getting it checked. I literally never got a copyright strike or demonetized whatsoever, so I don't know why I suddenly got banned. Calm for now. Now, this was, at the time, it was a really sudden development. I believe up until this time, there had been various VTuber channels that had been completely removed, had been completely terminated, but I believe that this was the first time that any channel in Hololive EN had just been terminated. Possibly even Hololive, if I'm remembering that correctly. So, again, this was a really unexpected thing. At the time, this was something that people probably would have been panicking over a little bit. Now, thankfully, it didn't even take half a day for her channel to be reinstated. However, in the meantime, Kiara began memeing about how unexpectedly this had happened, and especially about how YouTube hadn't actually given her any justification for doing this. She would then follow up by tweeting, "Honestly, too much grass," in Japanese, and "Today's the day you all witness the death of a phoenix. Let's see how long it takes until I revive." And in the spirit of, calming down her audience, reassuring them that things were going to be okay, she took to r/Hololive, the official Hololive subreddit, and made the following post. Quote, "Phoenix down, urgent, emergency, meme contest. Task, make memes for this once-in-a-lifetime situation. Deadline, when the phoenix rises again. How to submit, post a separate post using the contest flair or reply in this thread. Or, if you can't post on Reddit, post it on Twitter with the hashtag Phoenix Down. Will be reviewed on stream." And thus, the process of co-creation began. And the KFPs, they understood the assignment, because not only did they get busy making memes, making fan art about the situation, they got Phoenix Down trending in multiple countries on Twitter. Memes about... Essentially, all of these just revolved around how devastated they all are at Kiara's sudden departure, how she was too young to have died, and very frequently all of them revolved around how Kiara was quick to take this as an opportunity for a quick little collaborative bit with her community, as well as how little she seemed to be worried about the channel being taken down. Now, in this particular case, one of the things that I want to emphasize is that it may have been the case that Kiara was freaking out behind the scenes. That is very possible because, again, when your channel gets terminated, and that's one of your main ways of, making income, that's usually a cause for great concern. However, as a result of being part of a company that at this point in time was as large and established as Hololive, there is a degree of reassurance that you can derive from the idea that your company is going to bat for you, right? Presumably, if Kiara was an indie at this point in time, I doubt that she would have been in the same mood to ask her audience to do something like this. Granted, it is entirely possible that she would have done this, but I do think that being part of a corpo played no small part in facilitating this degree of tomfoolery by allowing for the reassurance that there were going to be people behind the scenes working in her interest to try and press YouTube into reinstating her channel once it got taken down. And reinstate the channel YouTube did, because the very next day, December 10th, Kiara would go live with a short stream, basically having a bit of a shitpost re-debut, going through all the the motions of a self-introduction, talking about her likes and dislikes, as well as taking the latter portion of the stream to review all of the memes that the KFPs had constructed, had made about the fact that she had been shot between the eyes for as brief a moment as she was by YouTube for apparently no reason whatsoever. Yeah, Gabriel. As far as I know, Hololive is seen as quality for a reason. I bet they had at least some prepared countermeasure in case someone had the channel delete. Oh, absolutely. Especially after early on in their JP branch when Mio had all those problems with copyright. I would assume that was what tipped them off to start preparing a protocol for what would happen in case one of their talents channels got assassinated by YouTube. So in this particular case, this was a textbook example of a talent using humor, using comedy, inviting their audience to do this, and inviting their audience to do the same, to take a situation that otherwise would have been cause for great concern and panic and turn it into essentially a big meme for the community, right? Her channel's termination went from being something that happened to her to being defined by a competition, a meme competition. Well, not really competition, but a meme-making event that happened because of Kiara. Because of her, her ability to think on her feet, because of her willingness to make a joke, even if it is a little bit at her own expense. And as a result, the joke ended up being what defined the situation instead of the fact that it happened in the first place. When people remember that Kiara's channel had gone down previously, they are also equally likely to remember that there was a meme contest that was held in its honor. And as a result, when it comes to defining how people remember this event, that use of humor and comedy is the linchpin behind how that event is remembered. And this is, like I said before, textbook example of how humor was used to define how the audience conceived of this, apparent disaster using co-creation, right? Convincing your audience to join in on the process of defining how other people would ultimately end up perceiving that event. Master N, funny, could the lack of this during Faunagate have contributed to the massive explosion in Doom posting? Yes, it very well could have been, because the thing is, when it comes to something like Fauna's graduation, the reason why this was not a realistic approach that could have been adopted, because this was essentially the end result of both Kiara and her audience getting together to make a big meme out of something that neither of them had a hand in, right? However, the thing is, when neither party that's being involved in making the joke has any hand in bringing about the circumstances from which the joke is derived, that actually makes humor easier, because since neither of you had a hand in it, neither of you is to blame for it, and as a result, neither of you, when you end up making a joke out of it, has a risk of coming off as being insensitive or being callous in any way. However, the opposite was the case when it comes to Fauna's graduation, because in the case of when Fauna graduated, it was very painfully obvious that this was a problem, right? There was something going on behind the scenes that was not sitting right with Fauna. And so when you consider, okay, which parties in that particular case were in a position to joke about it, it certainly wasn't going to be the Saplings, because they were losing their Oshi. It probably wasn't going to be Fauna either, because, well, she, from all outwards appearances, this was a very difficult decision for her to make. So I don't think it would have been reasonable to expect her to be in the headspace to be able to respond to that. Because remember that Kiara had the reassurance that things were going to be fine afterwards. Fauna had no such reassurance, because this was the end of her relationship with Hololive. So the only party left that could maybe joke about it would be either Hololive or the other members at Hololive. And they have, for the exact same reason, they were not in a position to joke about it either. Because due to how unexpectedly, I suppose, this happened, how much of a loss this was for the Hololive EN brand as a whole, and for the individual friendships that might have, been there at that point in time, joking about it probably wouldn't have been a response that came naturally. So as a result, something like what happened with Fauna, the reason why, I do think you're right in that part of the reason why it was such a catalyst for Doom posting was because there was very little, if any, exploitable humor to be found in the situation, or that would be easily leveraged in that situation. Because all the people who would have been in a position to leverage it were not in a headspace, I suppose, that would naturally facilitate it. And I don't blame them for that at all, in the slightest. But yeah, that definitely would have contributed towards it. Does that mean this is what happened with the gooning statue guy? He knew that the volcano eruption would make a horrible tragedy and he decided to make a big meme out of it. I like to believe that might have been what happened, even if that's very unlikely. But yeah. However, it kind of stems off from what you said, Master N. However, the use of humor as a tool to sort of redefine how people perceive an event where something's gone wrong, right? Generally speaking, it is a pretty effective tool in most cases. However, where the circumstances become a bit more complicated, where the use of humor becomes a little bit less, I suppose, natural, is when one of the parties that would be in a position to make a joke about what's going on is actually culpable in creating those circumstances in the first place. And we had an example of that happen late last year on September 4th, 2024, with Face Connect. Essentially what happened on this day was Amy Asami of Face Connect Gen 3 Euphoria went live, did a stream, and at some point during this stream, she did a bit where she was going to message Tenma about something, and she accidentally leaked the DMs that she had with Tenma. And one of the things that was leaked in this DM was a link to a Google Drive. A Google Drive that happened to contain the model files for Tenma's model. Now, as a result, obviously, because this was, it was a leak that could have turned out moderately bad if people went into this, plundered the files, and then decided to use them for nefarious purposes down the line. So obviously, Face Connect, they acted quickly, took down the VOD, altered the permissions on the drive to make sure that nobody else would be able to access it, etc., etc. However, the leak had been done. This was, albeit it didn't turn out to be a very major yab, but it was a yab nonetheless. And when it comes to the way that Face Connect was going to deal with it, they had two choices, right? Either they could opt for pursuing the path of taboo, keeping quiet about it, not talking about it, and crossing their fingers that nobody had managed to get into the files in time before they locked off access to it, cross their fingers that nobody would use Tenma's model for malicious or nefarious purposes down the line. Or they could beat people to the punch and essentially become the shit posters themselves. This is Face Connect. We all know which option they went with. However, when it comes to making a meme out of this situation, there were a few things that might have made it a little bit more complex than just, laugh it off. There was a very specific way that it had to be done. Because when you look at it from Amy's perspective, right, the two options that you would normally pursue in order to sort of take the severity of reduce the severity of the situation, right, would be to either joke about it personally, off the cuff yourself, to make a joke about it personally, or to invite your community to co-create some kind of meme regarding the situation. However, in both of these paths by which they could have reduced, by which Amy specifically, as an individual person, could have reduced the severity of this, were not really possible, at least initially. Because since she was the one to accidentally leak the files, if she had just off the cuff decided to joke about it, well, that would have come off as not acknowledging the significance of what she might have just done. It would have come off as a little insensitive. It might have come off a little tone deaf. However, at the same time, she wasn't really in a position where she could invite the community to start making memes on her behalf either, because that would go against the desire. Well, that would encourage people, if they had managed to access those files, to start using them without FaZe Connect's permission. So this was off the table. And when it comes to navigating this situation, right, navigating the social faux pas, etc., there have actually been papers written for the express purpose, academic papers written by, like, you know, people who are paid to work at universities and stuff like that. There have actually been entire academic papers written with the intention of dissecting how humor is supposed to be appropriately applied in situations like this. If you think I'm autistic about stuff like, you know, dissecting, overanalyzing, overthinking how basic human interaction works, wait until you read some of the papers that these universities crank out from their communications departments. For example, this one, titled Laughing at Failure or Failing to Laugh, Humor as a Strategy for Dealing with Foreign Policy Failure, which attempts to analyze how various government officials throughout history, and especially in the West, have used humor as a coping mechanism to improve the way that the public sees their failures when it comes to foreign policies. However, interesting ideas about how this paper conceptualizes the application of humor in situations where something's gone wrong is, well, some of the arguments that they've been making. For example, this paper argues that humor is both an effective and complex tool for the purposes of crisis communication, and as a result, it advocates for better understanding it, especially when it comes to defining how the public perceives an event where something's gone wrong. And when it comes to actually building the foundations for understanding, right, of how humor works, quote unquote, in a PR capacity, in a communications capacity, especially in the crisis communications capacity, they reference literal humor studies, right? Like actual academic disciplines, fields that deal with trying to dissect how humor works, right? Humor studies theories about the function of humor in communications. And they identify mainly four main frameworks for humor studies theory, when it comes to how these jokes work in the favor of the person making them. The first is Funnelist, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Sage Journal seems like an appropriate name for them. Yeah, funnily, a little bit. This is like the cardinal sin of explaining the joke, right? But turned up to 11. So the first theory that they actually, yeah, no, speed on. The most humorless people alive. The reason why studies like this, in my opinion, exist and are actually quite important is because when you're explaining the role of humor in PR, the reason why it is actually useful is because when you end up needing to justify the use of humor in a PR strategy, usually the only reason that you would have to justify it is because the person you are justifying it to is actually one of the most humorless people alive. And so you have to find some way of, in as objective a manner as possible, articulating the costs and benefits of pursuing humor as a communication strategy. I'm entirely convinced that that is why this entire field of academic study exists, purely so that people who do intuitively understand how humor works have a way of articulating to those who don't, who usually tend to be depressingly high up on the corporate food chain, how their craft works. So, yeah, comedy is an art. Unfortunately, most people are hacks. Yeah, steampunk salad, I would assume. Yeah, a Redditor, basically. A Redditor. But in any case, yeah, no, I've read some of the papers. It's fascinating reading comedy dissected. Oh yeah, absolutely. If anything, if nothing else, it acts as it is quite perversely. It's quite ironically, it's quite funny to read how people put so much effort and words into articulating something that is, in most cases, just implicitly there in your mind when you experience it. So, the 4 humor theories that this paper presents and goes through are, first, superiority theory, basically how amusement arises at the expense of someone else's inferiority. This is basically whenever you make a joke at somebody else's expense, right? Very popular in politics, especially when politicians make fun of other politicians. The aim is to provoke a feeling of amusement in the audience, favored towards the speaker, by painting somebody else as being very visibly and in a very funny manner inferior to the speaker. The second is relief theory, how amusement arises when the restraints are removed on how and what you're allowed to think and do. Basically, this is what happens when you sort of put a pin in a balloon of taboo, right? Where you remove a previous social or cultural restriction that was on something, on the discussion of something or on an expression of something. This is why politically incorrect statements can be so funny, right? If any of you have been on TikTok and you've seen Tony, the Tony, the light salesman, or the light up display salesman, if you don't know who that is, I recommend googling. He's pretty funny. Basically, it's this this Asian guy that just he takes popular TikToks where people are posting cringe, and he essentially uses that as a springboard to say something that is, politically incorrect, but usually popular sentiment. And his brusque and curt way of expressing himself usually is the source of the humor, right? When someone says something in a profane or vulgar manner that is true despite being politically incorrect, that's usually where this kind of humor stems from, right? JV Rubber God, thank you for 125 pesos. I thought the 4 humors are blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. Quite different from this. But yeah. Anyways, how you know your neon light is cheap. Yeah, that guy. But yeah. A third theory of how humor works is called incongruity theory. Basically, how amusement arises from the subversion of prevailing expectations and subsequent absurdity. Basically, random equals funny. And finally, the last one, benign violation theory. This is the most complex out of the 4 of them, in my opinion. Benign violation theory stems from the idea that humor can only, quote-unquote, successfully provoke amusement in situations where the focal point of the situation does not have grave implications for those engaging in said humor. That is a wordful. However, to explain in more detail exactly what this theory means, basically what it's saying is that you can look at all humor as a point on a graph between 2 axes, culpability and severity. Culpability refers to how guilty either the person making or the person hearing the joke is in creating the situation that's being joked about, and severity refers to the degree of severity, funny how that works, in terms of the implications of that situation for both the people involved in making and hearing the joke. To give you an example of what I mean. What the theory essentially is saying is that for a joke to work easily, it needs to be less severe in order for it to be, quote unquote, safe. The more severe the consequences of a situation are, the more difficult it becomes to make a joke about it. And on top of that, the more culpable you are in creating the circumstances that you are now joking about, the more you are at risk of coming off as being tone deaf or regarding what you've done with excessive frivolity. Now, to give you an example of 3 different points on this line. A waiter joking about messing up your order can be perceived as, a relatively safe joke, right? Because although the waiter is extremely culpable in your order being messed up, in terms of consequences, it's not really that severe, right? You just get your food, but later than you would have otherwise gotten it. You don't have to pay anything extra. No one dies or anything like that, right? So when it comes to an example of low severity, high culpability, this is a relatively safe joke to, consider. However, another joke that's a little bit more borderline in terms of actually creating amusement would be, for example, a child joking about their parents getting divorced. And the reason why, it's sort of borderline is because the child probably doesn't have any degree of culpability in their parents making the decision to divorce one another. However, at the same time, there is a very high degree of severity for the child. When that child makes a joke about their parents getting divorced, the listener will usually have a pretty good idea of how affected by the divorce said child is going to be. And the implications of that divorce are something that may or may not create the risk of the natural humor of whatever joke the child is making being cancelled out by the overall sadness of the circumstances, depending on what those circumstances are. Funless, thank you for the 5. This joke goes from 0 to 60 in 0.8 seconds. Red lines at 5,000 laughs per minute. Yeah, this is, again, very autistic way of trying to dissect humor. But just as a bit of a sort of illustration, thought experiment, and better understanding how these academics have conceptualized the way that humor works. And finally, right at the bottom, in terms of being borderline, right, you have a woman joking about how she left her abusive ex, right? In this particular case, yes, the woman in question has no culpability because, again, she's the victim, not the abuser in that scenario. However, the severity is incredibly high because this is a survivor of abuse. And as a result, the chances of the humor working out very much is, in very similar manner to the child joking about their parents' divorce, it's up to how she executes the joke, how she delivers the joke, because it relies very much on the individual presentation of that joke to cancel out the inherent gravity of the situation that is being joked about, regardless of how culpable she is in creating those circumstances. Yeah, Miyugi. I'm guessing that joking about a close one's death is high severity, low culpability? Yes, exactly. Although if you're the one who almost killed them, then that would go up high. That would go significantly up in terms of culpability, right? So basically, as a way of conceptualizing how this is relevant to the overall discussion of how jokes are made, everything that happens within the bounds of this line, right, this boundary, this, broadly speaking, is what constitutes, quote-unquote, safe humor, right? Humor that doesn't really occur at anyone's expense. Relatively inoffensive, relatively low chances of actually, relatively low chances of actually ridiculing anyone in a malicious manner or being construed as being malicious in any sense. However, when you get outside of this boundary, that's where you get more edgy kinds of humor. Because let's say that you are the cause behind a situation happening, and you are now taking it upon yourself to joke about how that situation has affected other people. The reason why you land over here is because you are guilty and you are culpable when it comes to creating the things that you've joked about. And so if you joke about it, you run the risk of being perceived as overly dismissive of the effects of your actions on other people. On the other hand, even if you have no hand in how a situation unfolded, even if you have no blame attached to you, no culpability in how a situation has unfolded, if the situation is severe enough, regardless of how little involvement you had in creating it, it's still going to be something that runs the risk of being seen as insensitive or just too grim to be funny in general, because the severity might outstrip the humor in the situation. And as a result, when you think about, what people mean between edgy and what you mean, the line between edgy humor and safe humor, usually you can think about it according to these two axes, right? These two factors. How culpable the jokester is in creating these circumstances being joked about, and how severe are those circumstances to begin with. Both of these are factors that heavily affect the context in which a joke is received. Master N, explaining a joke is like dissecting a frog. You understand it better, but the frog dies in the process. That's a pretty good metaphor for it, actually, yeah. Tism is all about mapping reality onto a blueprint. Yeah, pretty much. I think that's a pretty accurate way of describing it. Yugure, thank you for the 5. My mom had 3 divorces. I asked her if she would get a discount now. Where would she be on the chart? See, she's not the one making the joke, right? You're the one making the joke. So in this particular case, I would say that you would probably land like here, right? Probably somewhere here. Because I'm assuming that none of the divorces were because of anything you did. So I would assume that it's pretty as far as humor goes, pretty safe, right? However, to apply this paradigm, right, this diagram of how humor works, the line between what's safe humor and edgy humor to the situation at hand, right? The problem is, even if Amy was able to make a joke about, what just happened, how she accidentally leaked Tenma's model files, right? If she were to make a joke about how she had just done that in the moment, initially, right after it happened, the thing is, she can do that, and in the moment, it would have been, high culpability because she's the one who leaked them, but also low severity because nothing has happened. The problem is, if she were, in the immediate aftermath, to have made a joke like that, over time, if anyone were to do something nefarious with the files, that joke would retroactively become it would be pushed outside of her control, more and more outside the realm of being a safe joke. More and more, if anything bad were to have happened as a result of that leak, if she were to have made a joke in the immediate aftermath of that leak, that joke would have been retroactively painted as being more and more insensitive, more and more out of touch, the worse the outcomes over time became. And so, when it comes to situations like that, Amy was pretty much stuck here, right? She couldn't really do anything as of that moment in time to take the heat off of the situation, to paint it as something that's not really all that serious. Because, well, making a joke wasn't an option that was readily available to her, right? Because if you don't want a joke that ages like milk, her options are very, very limited at that specific moment in time. However, I pointed out earlier how there were 2 main options that we talked about before. Getting your community involved in creating something, making a joke out of something, or making that joke directly, deliberately yourself. However, this is where being part of a corpo, yet again, makes a massive difference in terms of your options in dealing with something like this happening. Because when you are part of a corpo, there is a third option. If you can't co-create something with your community, you can co-create something with your co-workers. And when it comes to the way that this situation was handled, this is exactly what ended up happening. Yes, at the moment, in the immediate aftermath of the model leak happening, Amy wasn't really in a position to joke about it. However, the same could not be said for her co-workers. And over the following few days, about 2 weeks later, starting from around September 23rd to September 27th, we would start to see what has colloquially been termed the Tenma invasion of Face Connect, or Tenma Connect, where pretty much, I don't recall if it was all of the talents, but a good chunk of Face Connect's talent roster all took turns skinwalking Tenma in a dedicated stream using her model. Dizzy, Erina, Rie, Panko, Nasa, Pico, Remy, and Iori, all of them took turns basically whipping out the Tenma model, maybe putting on a few touches that, resembled their own unique branding and models, and then just streaming as her for an entire stream. And over time, over the course of this same week, the audience was slowly but surely eased into the idea of this being, yet another Phase Connect TM certified bit, right? Another shitpost that, to be honest, you couldn't really pull off without multiple people making the decision to do this. Yeah, don't forget about Clara's MILF Tenma. Yeah, I forgot. I wasn't able to add it in for the for this, but yeah, no, now that you remind me, yeah, I do remember that. But the ultimate culmination of all of this was that it normalized the idea of Tenma's model being used for this joke, right? The leak, specifically the leak of Tenma's model being used for the purposes of making a joke just like this. And so, on September 24th, when Amy Isami would join in on this trend, it mitigated, essentially having the other Face Connect members do this before her, or at least some of them who made this joke do this before her. It essentially mitigated the possibility of this being perceived as a joke at Tenma's expense. Because since everyone had been establishing that this was now a content trend for that particular week, when Amy joined in on the trend by doing this herself, now this bore the mark of self-awareness. Now there was no chance in hell that anyone with a functioning brain would look at her doing this, look at her making this joke, and conclude that she was doing so without acknowledging the possible severity of what she had done beforehand. Now this had become a joke that was actually safe to make. And the end result of all of this was that on September 27th, Tenma herself would finally bring this saga to a close by having an entire stream where she would cap off the Tenma Fever saga by having a fever stream on the original Tenma Miami channel, and essentially staging a mock penalty for Amy for the crime of leaking her model. Basically, put Amy in stocks in front of everyone to see, and made out to spank her with a yaoi paddle. If you watch Amy, you know why a yaoi paddle is, just chef's kiss. All kinds of poetic. However, this was cinema. This was both this was a comedic narrative way of tying everything that had happened all together into a little bow, right? Amy had received her comeuppance. Yes, it was a joke, but it was still a moment of emotional catharsis, right? She got quote-unquote punished, but in a way that established that there was no bad blood. It was all water under the bridge, and everyone was able to laugh about it afterwards anyways. And finally, to cap it all off, Tenma would end up having a lockdown protocol collab with some of the other talents at Face Connect, where everyone would be using the Tenma model, right? Or everyone would be using the Tenma Fugi Tenma model. Lockdown protocol with my fellow Tenmas. And thus concluded this particular chapter in how Face Connect was essentially able to dictate how people ended up seeing this yap. They beat anyone who could possibly have misused the Tenma model to the punch to make this particular joke, because they took it upon themselves to joke about it instead. Exactly, Zodic-kun. It softened the blow, because when you're able to inject humor into a situation like this, it can go a long way towards convincing your audience that you are aware of your wrongdoing, you regret your wrongdoing, and as a result, you don't need to be punished as severely for your wrongdoing. Yeah, Tenma also made use of it to get as many streamers to act as if they were tuning into Tenma. Yeah, exactly. It was a bit that could have only worked if you had a bunch of people who were on the same page and willing to collaborate on actually bringing it to fruition. However, when you look at it according to the same paradigm as we looked at the removal of Kiara's channel, you start to see that the way that this unfolded is actually quite interesting, because it didn't follow the same linear path that Kiara's situation did, where she moved from being low agency to being high agency by making a joke at her own expense. No, what complicated it here is that both parties who could potentially make this joke were in different positions of culpability and thus agency when it comes to actually bringing this situation about in the first place. See, what ended up happening was that initially, FaZe and Tenma started off in a low agency position because the leak of Tenma's model was something that happened to them. However, Amy, by contrast, was in a high agency position because she was the one that accidentally leaked the model. So the question then becomes, how do you move FaZe Connect and Tenma to the opposite end of the spectrum without also in the process kicking Amy down all the way here so that they essentially swap sides? Because ordinarily what would end up happening is, well, if someone does something that might create a problem for you and you make a joke that takes back your agency, usually what ends up happening, the objective of that joke, would be to send the person who is culpable in creating that situation down to being low agency. But you don't want to do that in this situation because that person is your friend, coworker, and employee. So instead, what ended up happening is when the FaZe Connect talents started turning this all into a bit, what ended up happening was momentarily, Amy was dragged down, I suppose, to hovering around this ambiguous spot halfway between being low agency and high agency. She was able to participate in the bit herself, but she needed other people to start it first. This was something that, while she could participate in, couldn't have been initiated by her. So that's why she was, essentially existing in this particular portion of the spectrum. However, at the same time, in initiating this bit to begin with, both FaZe Connect and Tenma started managing to propel themselves up towards a more high agency position, to the point where finally, when you had that punishment stream, the whole point of the bit was to create a situation where, realistically speaking, from the perspective of the audience, it was now very thoroughly established that in this moment, FaZe Connect and specifically Tenma now held all the power in that situation, right? Tenma was judge, jury, and executioner, right? She was the one holding the panel. And at this particular moment, Amy was the one sitting in the stocks, confessing to wrongdoing, apologizing in front of other people for creating an inconvenience, even if it is in a joking manner, right? And the conclusion of all of this with the Lockdown collab is this invitation, right? A sort of symbolic forgiveness, reconciliation of that wrongdoing by turning it into a joke and making it clear by the end of that joke that everyone was laughing not at Amy, but with Amy. And as a result, you have this situation where now she's brought back into the fold, right? Rather than being excluded, rather than being stigmatized, rather than being made out to be a scapegoat, or at least a genuine scapegoat, with the intention of making her suffer for her mistake, she's essentially been brought back to the same position as FaZe. And by the end of it, essentially, FaZe, Tenma, Amy had succeeded in restoring that sense of agency in the eyes of their audience. This had now gone from being a situation where, something bad could have happened, or something bad could have happened outside of people's control, to now just being yet another bit that FaZe Connect's fans could look back on and remember fondly. This is the ideal outcome for any controversy for a company. For it to be a memory that your fans don't feel bad about remembering. That is the ultimate aim of all crisis communication, right? Worst case scenario, people will forget. Best case scenario, it becomes something that people want to remember. And this was an example of managing to turn what would otherwise have been potentially, a pretty bad and embarrassing situation into being, well, again, like I said, a joke, a popular joke, a joke that still holds up to this day, right? Any of you can still go to any of the talents channels and see them aping Tenma. And, it's just funny, right? And when people are laughing, they're not so busy worrying. And that's exactly the kind of thing that you want for your audience. If you had a choice between them worrying about something and laughing about something, not laughing at necessarily, but laughing about something, you would usually go with the latter. Master N, seriously though, it's a freaky coincidence that this happened after Amy just played a game where a white-haired psychic girl's powers go berserk and turns everyone into zombies. Yeah, the universe does have a funny sense of humor in that regard. And so... Oh, yeah, okay, so Gabriel, in a way, your explanation makes it look like a highly calculated play by FaZe and Tenma requiring all the brain cells to work at 100%. I want to make this very clear, right? I don't want people to automatically assume that I'm making this out to be some sort of 4D, 5D chess move by FaZe management to, like, you know, use the talents as part of a PR stunt or anything like that. Because, I mean, I don't think so. I don't think it was planned for Amy to accidentally leak the Tenma model files. However, and also when it comes to, you know, the way that the towns respond to it, I don't think that was management's idea so much as it was on management to allow the talents to go ahead with that when they came up with that idea. Because while I don't think management came up with the idea to do that, I don't think management came up with the idea for Tenma Connect, for example. I do think that's a natural consequence of pretty much all the FaZe talents being natural-born grade A shitposters. I genuinely believe that at some point after Amy leaked Tenma's model files, that either Tenma or some of the other talents just got together and pitched the idea to Sakana and the other managers of doing these streams. And they said yes. And in that kind of situation, the best thing that management can do is say yes. Trust your talents to understand their own audiences. Trust your talents to be able to navigate a situation by injecting humor into it. Because if anyone is going to know the correct way of turning a yab into comedy, it is going to be your talents. And so when you look at these two situations, right, you have Kiara's response to the removal of her YouTube channel being a brilliant example of how you can essentially co-create a meme with your audience, so that with your audience, with your community, to overwrite the possible negative connotations, negative mental associations that accompany something going wrong, right? And on the other hand, you have FaZe Connect acting as an example with the whole Tenma Connect situation, acting as an example of how the individual actors in a corporation, the individual talents can band together as well, and in a very similar manner, work together professionally and creatively to, again, inject a similar amount of comedy into an otherwise worrying, concerning yab, right? And, well, essentially substituting that co-creative process with your coworkers instead of with your community. And so the question then becomes, what happens when you take both of these approaches towards dealing with a controversy, right? You use community involvement and the collaboration between you and your coworkers, and you combine them into one. What happens when you take this strategy of injecting comedy into a controversy to overwrite whatever negative mental associations your audience might build up in their minds when they remember it, right? What happens when you use both of these approaches and you push it to max capacity? Well, you get what we all bore witness to earlier on this year in January of 2025, when on January 20th, a very suspicious live stream went live on Kronii's channel from HoloLive English Promise. Oh, sorry. HoloLive English Promise. I almost defaulted to saying council, where some crypto bro had managed to hack into Kronei's channel and schedule a live stream talking about a shitcoin called Ripple. Ripple, bull run, confirmed. Now, basically what a bull run is, for those who don't, specialize in this kind of brain rot, is when a coin is highly in demand, right? When the valuation is going up because demand outstrips supply, right? When you are bullish on the idea of the value going up, right? When you're convinced it's going to happen. By someone called Brad Garlinghouse. Now, thankfully, it wasn't even within less than half a day this live stream got taken down. I believe that the live stream actually ended up playing for less than an hour before Hollow's management shot it between the eyes. So, for all intents and purposes, this might as well have not happened, right? It was promptly handled. However, at the same time, it didn't really go unnoticed among fans of HoloLive, because people would start taking to Twitter to sort of at management and tell them that something was going wrong with Kronii's channel, that for some reason she'd started plugging crypto on main. So, Kronii's YouTube channel got hacked. Shocked face. Kronii really got hacked, Lmao. Can't believe this girl. You're supposed to be good at tech. SMH. Kronii collabed with Gura. Immediately got hacked. Consequences. So you had some people, memeing about how funny this was, how unexpected this was, how weird this was. However, at the same time, there were some reactions that maybe could have skewed into this event being remembered as a sort of humiliation for Hollow, because after all, how the fuck do you get one of your talent's channels hacked into by a random crypto bro? Surely that means that at some point during your security processes, maybe something's going wrong. Maybe the pen test didn't quite go as well as it should have, right? Just woke up. Who the hell is Brad? Kronii got hacked. Kronii did not get hacked with the Ba Sing Se meme. And Yabe, Kronii got hacked. Now, most of these tweets weren't that popular. However, at the same time, there was ingrained in this overall idea a tiny infinitesimal worm of a risk that maybe if HoloLive were to just let this go completely unanswered, right, completely unaddressed, that it might have been remembered as a bit more of an embarrassing or a humiliating yab by management, right? Because very well, they could have just ignored it completely, right? They could have stayed silent about it, and eventually people would have stopped talking about it, even if some people would have remembered it, because of how quickly this was handled. However, the day afterwards, Kronii herself would take to Twitter to say, quote, stonks. Stream in about 50 minutes. And she would link to a stream where she would essentially make a parody of this crypto plug press conference by hosting a shitpost of a conference herself. Kronii coin confirmed. Live press conference. Oro Kronii confirmed. Price prediction. And on that day, she would take this from being a one-off yab, something that could have been swept under the rug, into what is shaping up to be one of the most creative collaborative streams that we have seen from an agency regarding a yab like this. Now, funnily enough, this isn't the first time that HoloLive has had something to say about crypto, because in December 5th of 2021, so around, just over 3 years, 3 years? Yeah, just over 3 years earlier, Ame, funnily enough, had a joke stream of her own shitposting about NFTs, called Our Metaverse keynote presentation, where she started shilling out the NFATs, non-fungible Ame tokens, if I remember that correctly. Non-fungible Amelia tokens, where she would basically just make fun of, people for valuating NFTs in as arbitrary a manner as they have. And again, I don't think that Kronii's stream was supposed to be a direct callback to this. However, I think it's safe to say that this may or may not have played a role in inspiring it, and it definitely serves as a funny coincidence when you consider it in hindsight. Now, when it comes to the way that this event was to be remembered, right? When it comes to understanding how the event would have been remembered if Kronii hadn't started this, well, essentially taken this bit by the horns, right? Pun not intended. You need to understand that when it comes to the original stream, there are a few mental connotations that people now associate with pretty much all crypto, especially all crypto plugs, crypto runs, or crypto scams. When it comes to crypto coins being plugged like this, there are a few things that people automatically think of when they see this. The first are the fact that they are mostly characterized by cynical appeals to audience interests. Essentially, these crypto bros don't know their audience that well. All they have are hyper-generic offerings of what you can have, right? Get rich quick. You can finally buy that house you've always wanted. Haven't you ever dreamed of being a millionaire? All of that stuff. However, at the end of the day, all of these appeals to the audience remain incredibly cynical. There is absolutely no degree of interest in anybody besides the person who's currently plugging the coin. And that is a defining feature of how these crypto runs are characterized. The second thing is the idea of weaponizing celebrity brands and testimonials. We have seen an innumerable number. Sorry, give me a second. Going to take a quick hydration break. If any of you guys have any sort of drink on hand, I suggest taking a moment to hydrate with me. Hold on, let me switch. There we go, there we go. Courtesy of Prince of Jew. All right. Do you want the? I'll give you some refill ASMR. There we go. I don't know if it comes across. I think it's coming across on the mic. I'm not sure though. Hold on, give me a second. Ardent Top, now I wanna piss. Hold on to yourself there, hold on. Yeah, no. In all seriousness, if any of you ever need to like leave for the bathroom, please don't hold stuff in on my account. That would be incredibly. That is a very uncomfortable thought to think about. Are you using a water refill? Yes, it's. I'm using a bottle. I'm using a bottle. Same difference, I suppose. Piss check. Please don't make this a thing. The last thing I want to be thinking about when I'm just drinking to like rehydrate after, to ease my aching throat is pissing. Sounds like lemonade. Oh no. I need to start. No. I need to start making it more obvious that the water's going into a bottle instead of into a bowl. But in any case, hold on, give me a second. Since your stream has DVR, we can always pause it and resume where it left off. True, true. I'm here for Scuff. Thank you for being a member for 3 months. I can hold for the 8 more hours. Murray, Bluetooth headphones mean that I have peed many times while listening to Armchair. Might be doing it now. There is such a thing as too much information, Murray. Transparency is not always a universal virtue. Billy, thank you for giving the 5 feet check. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive, Billy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. There he is, boys. There he is. All right, hold on. Let me just take another sip before we go back to it. One of these days, I hope to develop better technique so that I can yap for longer without having to do this. Yeah, the last thing we need to know is if people who are watching the stream are frying chicken as we speak. But in any case, alright, back to the slides. Okay, so, in terms of, we've had an innumerable number of examples of these crypto shitcoins leveraging the goodwill that audiences have towards their favorite creators in order to rug pull them. And as a result, when they weaponize these celebrity brands, right, essentially buying the ability to use the brand, the trust, the relationship that a celebrity has built with their fan base in order to exploit said fan base, this has become a defining trait of all scams like this. The third trait that all of these crypto runs tend to share is that they are all characterized by unpredictability, high risk, and a reliance on FOMO. This is gambling, but with a better sales pitch. Fourth, you have the idea, especially when it comes to things like NFTs, the idea that the valuations are mostly arbitrary. There is no objective measure of how much, for example, what was the one that what was the crypto scam that Logan Paul did again? CryptoZoo? Yeah, there was no actual objective way of measuring how much a CryptoZoo egg, for example, should have been worth. It was all down to arbitrary decisions made by Logan Paul himself or the other people in charge of the crypto coin and the audience who were trying to buy into it. So, as a result, this is a recipe for disaster when, well, rug pulls are the norm. And finally, there's this idea that the crypto runs are very infamous for exactly that, rug pulls, and the clumsy, at times comedic, if it weren't for the fact that this is life-ruining for some people, the clumsy justifications for people doing this. You have not really... when it comes to the horrid, the comedically bad excuses that some of these scammers have tried to use to justify tricking their audiences out of millions, I recommend going to watch some of CoffeeZilla's videos because, man, some of these people, they're good at making sales pitches, but for all intents and purposes, every other aspect of their ability to speak to an audience, speech zero. So, in any case, what was essentially the task at hand for Kronii in this particular case was what she needed to do in order to turn this from being essentially a yab for Hollow management into a win for herself and Hollow by extension, was she needed to take this whole crypto run, all of the connotations, the mental associations that are usually attached to crypto runs as a general rule, as a general, trope, and she needed to figure out how to overwrite each of these individual mental associations with things that were specific to her and her brand instead. Going off of the brief description that she has according to Hollow's official website, time is an unwavering, precise entity, and its warden, its overseer, is equally cool and impeccable. Occasionally, her exquisiteness leads to her decisions and bouts of luck that transcend the understanding of mere mortals. However, even utmost perfection finds no foothold in the face of her mortal enemy, disorder. So immediately, there are... Man, Kronii really is 90% legs. SMH. Focus, Mythicus. Focus. So, I admit, Kronii's model can be a bit distracting. However, two main parts of her, her lore, right? And this is even without going into her her persona, right? Who she is as a creator, her on-screen personality. Now, two immediate parts, right? Perfection, exquisiteness, but also the idea that she has bouts of luck and decisions that are so illogical as to be completely incomprehensible to mere mortals. And here is where we get a really happy accident when it comes to the fact that it was Kronii's channel that got hacked by this crypto bro. Because when it comes to things like, writing off the ability of your average everyday person, your mere mortals, right? That idea that... Sorry, give me a second. That idea that Kronii possesses understanding of things outside of the realm of mere mortals, that is eerily similar to the rhetoric that a lot of these crypto pros use when they're trying to promote their shitcoins as well. They also tend to adopt a higher-than-thou attitude when it comes to trying to over-represent exactly how knowledgeable they are about crypto, about their specific coin, compared to your average everyday person. They are also, they also default to things like, telling people how little they know, how lower of a position they are compared to they themselves, and therefore how much they should perk their ears up and listen to the sales pitch that is soon to come. And as a result, this, in terms of being an in-character response to this has laid pretty much all the foundations you really need in order for this to be a shitpost that not only makes sense, but is perfectly in character. Hiromichi Mori, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships with the 5 new footstools. Congratulations on getting sniped, and I hope you enjoy those emotes. So, when you break down, and the thing is, when you actually, this is all before we actually look at the stream that she did itself. So, one of the immediate things that it's one of the ways in which her stream essentially took this scam, right, this essential this trope of the crypto scam, and turned it into something that was, very obviously unique to her, unique and specific to her, was the she combined the whole idea of pitching a shitcoin in a crypto press conference with just her natural sort of the natural lovable dorky nature of her persona, right? And you can hear this in the clumsy way that she tries to justify people buying into the hype of her shitcoin, right? For example, at 5 minutes 48, she says, quote, "The blockchains are insane on this. Like, if you look carefully, all the blocks in the chains, it forms the shape of a snake. It's like a little snake game, and we are in the top 10. It's so long. It's like we're setting a high record for the snake game. It's insane. And I know for you diamond hands, you guys are very skeptical. But trust me, you see my logo, my motto here? Trust? Just trust me. Just buy, and sell. Gather all the money you have, your tuition fees, your allowance, anything. Just buy it. It's going to skyrocket. And you know what? It's going to the moon. It's going to the moon. Now, very evidently, when she's doing this, right, you can tell that she has zero knowledge of anything to do with crypto. You can tell that she's just stringing together a bunch of buzzwords. But, again, the reason why this works as a joke is because functionally, even if it's intended to be, this is exactly what crypto bros do as well. They also just string together buzzwords. The only difference is, with Kronii, there's the added degree of self-awareness that she knows you're not supposed to take this seriously, and her audience knows that as well. So all that's left is the meme. On top of that, then she starts shitposting about the weirdly common animal trope that is, pushed by a lot of these crypto scams. For example, I know we tend to have all these, bearish and, bearish, rabbitish, increase and decrease. But this one is introducing the bulls too. Yes, the bulls and the bears. Now we're introducing new specimen into this coin, which are reptilian and lizards. No, not the lions. We are focusing on amphibians and reptilian fellows. I thought, as the face of the Kronii coin that is going to be introduced, I thought, why not? I know there are crazy coins out there, like Doga coin, and what's the other coin out there? The little gorilla coins? That's a thing, probably, right? The little Two hawks? Yes, the two hawks coins. Yes, that was a thing. All sorts of animals appearing from left and right. And I knew that maybe, since everyone is introducing all of these animals, I thought, okay, if this is the case, then I gotta have representation. Where are the snakes? We gotta bring them into the table. And so, I mean, it's the same bit, right? It's everything, all of the confidence of these crypto bros, all of the buzzwords, all of that stuff, just pass through the filter of her natural persona, right? Two hawks coin, yeah. Oh, man. Two hawks coin. It's such a I can't believe that was an actual thing that happened. I can't believe they tried to come out with fucking Hawk Tour coin. But I mean, at the very least, this is... this is a neat way of just remixing that. On top of that, at 12 minutes, about 12 and a half minutes through the entire presentation, Kronii would switch to presenting a chart of how Kronii coin would supposedly valuate itself over time. And so she pointed out in a very similar manner as most crypto coins do when they're coming out, how you should be bullish on the run, because whereas it is the norm with all of the other crypto coins to rise at the beginning in as volatile a manner as possible before plummeting towards the end, surely this coin would be different. But with Kronii, she cranked that difference up to 11, because instead of just having this simple volatility going up and down, no, this was a graph where the value would go up, down, loop-de-loop, and come all the way back in time. And this is where she started actually leveraging the lore implications of her character as well. Basically saying that Kronii coin was so special that it would go back in time in order to reinforce its own value, etc., etc. And it's just such a spaghettified monstrosity that really it's weirdly aesthetic in a way. She also started ranting about how this crypto coin, Kronii coin, would be lore accurate in the sense that now, instead of praying to Kronii, the god of time, all the cronies could simply just buy the coin instead, and that would be a sufficient substitute. On top of that, at around 22 and a half minutes in, Kronii would then start doing a parody of the testimonials that these shitcoins use to try and push the idea that they are to be trusted, right? People who supposedly got rich off of this coin, despite the fact that nobody had actually started buying it yet. And so she would start in this weird kind of weird seance-esque bit, a Kronii seance, a creance, if you will, where she would channel the voices of these supposed people who had gotten rich off of Kronii coin. And here's where Kronii naturally started leveraging not only her persona, not only her lore, but also the innate skills that she walked into Hollow with. Because in a display of her range, the first person that she voice acted, giving a testimonial, was a sort of ditzy young person-esque character who was, had a Valley Girl accent, talked about how, she couldn't believe that she got rich off of crypto, right? Yesterday she was broke, she only had $4 in her bank account, and all of a sudden, overnight, she became completely, she rose up the ranks, became number one in terms of the Kronii coin rankings, and managed to break out into being a millionaire, etc., etc. Just really, really happy, overjoyed, kicking her heels at the prospect of becoming rich off of this, off of Kronii coin. However, the second person that she got a testimonial from, that she voice acted a testimonial from, was a drunk, alcoholic divorcee that was going through it, supposedly rich from Kronii coin, at the same time as they were going through a divorce from the love of their life. So If you haven't watched this stream, I really recommend you go checking it out. My descriptions of it do not do justice to it at all, but it was just you have this this whiplash between the happiest you have maybe ever heard Kronii sound, and then just the usual, like, it's raining outside, I haven't touched grass in 2 months type exhaustion and depression in her voice. But yeah, again, your stereotypical crypto shill stuff, right? And then you start getting into the whole community involvement, because at several points during this stream, Kronii alters the pitch of what she was improving based off of what people are saying in her chat. So at 28 minutes, 40 seconds, Kronii, the pitch goes, "You're going to get anything that you ever wanted. You want a plushie? That costed maybe $20, but you couldn't afford to buy it before? You can buy it." So essentially, this is like a parody off of how, whenever crypto bros shill their coins, there's always the most generic appeals to audience interest possible, right? Oh, don't you want X generic thing that everyone needs to breathe and everyone wants as, a norm, right? Don't you want a car? Don't you want a house? Don't you want a wife? Don't you want a whatever, right? Just all these generic ass things that literally everyone would understand the appeal of. However, what ends up happening is, while she's saying this, chat starts spamming about jetpacks. Presumably, these are some of the members of Raura's audience, the Chatinis. Is it Chatini or Chatinos? Chatino's individual, I think. Chatini in general, as a collective. So the Chatinis come in and they start spamming about jetpacks in Kronii's chat. And when she sees this, you can actually see that there's a moment in the middle when she's going off about this, where she looks at the side, sees that people are mentioning this, and she actually alters her pitch, because not even a minute later, she then says, "Now you can take care of your pet and anything you can put your mind into. You want a jetpack? Sure, go for it. You can do that." And in response to her saying that, the chat then builds onto that again by starting to post super chats about the fact that they can't wait to buy into Kronii coin so they can finally buy a jetpack. For example, Emperor Spirits of Time, jetpack, I'm getting an Iron Man suit, bleeding edge tech. And Nine Tails Zoo, you got me with jetpack, all in. If I'm remembering correctly, I think someone dropped not an Arca, but a maroon super about the same thing later on after this point as well. But again, you can see both the creator and their audience bouncing off one another to improv this in real time. And this wasn't the last time that it happened either, because around 30 minutes, 15 seconds, Kronii would talk about the following, saying accidentally, quote unquote accidentally, right? Dropping the following lore about Kronii coin. Quote, "I don't know if I should say this, but the early Crovesters have already made insane gains on this coin. But yeah, now it's your chance. Don't miss this opportunity to join the top ranks." And when people heard this, her chat started pointing out how dodgy it was that early investors were present in this venture. Because generally speaking, right, when you launch a crypto coin, it is the one thing you're not supposed to disclose is that there are already people who have invested in your shitcoin that are holding large amounts that they are ready to dump onto the market once the value starts to go up. That is the part and parcel of a rug pull. And even if you are going into it with the intention of rug pulling your audience, you're not supposed to share that with your audience in the sales pitch. So people started saying, "Oh no, not the rug pull. Diamond Hands Lmao, what the? Real, sell, sell, sell. Hold, there were early investors, question mark, question mark, question mark." And when she saw people typing this, Kronii then pivoted to say, "There were early investors. Yeah, they were in as a beta test, And that's why I had to look into for some quality assurance. And I mean, very obviously she's like playing up how, how unexpected this is, how nervous she is. But like at the same time, the idea of a crypto bro trying to justify early investors by trying to pitch them as fucking beta testers is hilarious. And then she kind of builds on this later on. There's a kind of callback to that little bit of improv, whether it be intentional or not, where she's talking about how where she's talking about reasons as to why people should trust her sales pitch, right? Different sources that they might be getting their information from. And at around 34 minutes in, she says, quote, "You can look at it like television and then say, oh yeah, this person is interesting. I'm going to spray a couple of $1 million. I'm betting. I love gacha, and I'm gonna bet on this one thing." She starts to compare it to betting and gacha, right? And in response to this, her chat starts going off about how much they too love gacha. "I too love gacha. I'm convinced. IRL gacha with human souls. Are you sure this isn't a pyramid scheme? Gacha. Gacha, gacha, gacha. With this money, never lose gacha pulls again. We are gonna be God with this one. I love this. Gacha. Bye. Bye." And so, when she sees people starting to fixate on the fact that she brought up gacha, she too also starts to fixate on it herself. If you like gacha, you're gonna love investing. It's basically the same thing. I'm laughing because it's true. And if you're good with getting all the units that you want, I'm being personable right now, but if you're good at gacha, then you'll be good with investing. It's true. And gacha is gambling. And if you're good at gambling, you can do investing because it's basically the same thing. And also on stream, this is also where she starts to break down laughing because it's one of those moments where you improv something, you say something as a bit, and then you think about it for a split second and you realize, oh shit, wait, I'm actually not wrong when I say this. And so in a kind of, it's a pretty cute and wholesome moment between Kronii and her audience when both of them happen to sort of, they have the same brainwave in that one moment. And there's this mutual recognition of the fact that in this moment, both of them understand the joke perfectly. Everyone knows that this kind of like investing, crypto coin shenanigans, all of that fundamentally is just gambling. And the fact that that Kronii's improv has arrived at this point organically, I would assume is part of the reason as to what makes this such a perfect joke. And so, what you end up realizing when you look at the VOD in its totality, right? When you look at the entire bit that Kronii ended up sustaining and creating by bouncing off of her audience throughout this entire 47-minute stream or whatever it was, you start to realize that whether it be intentional or unintentional, because it could very well be an unconscious thing that Kronii just managed to do without even thinking about it. But over the course of this entire stream, each one of these defining traits of these crypto scams, each one of the mental associations that people conventionally associate with these crypto runs, ends up getting replaced by something that is unique or specific to either Kronii herself, her personal brand, or the personal brand of HoloLive or the other talents at HoloLive. To replace the stereotypically cynical appeals to audience interest, right? So in contrast to how with crypto scams, usually you just have these generic appeals towards audience, audience desires, like a car, a house, someone who wants to marry them for money, whatever. She appealed to her audience using the prospect of them finally being able to afford jetpacks. She worked in that meme from Raura's community on the fly. In contrast, the whole arbitrary valuation of how these coins, these NFTs are priced and how much the consumers need to pay for them. Instead, she replaced that with the focus on the arbitrariness on how the coin is branded by fixating on the animal trope that for some reason so many of these crypto scams seem to default to. Instead of fixating on just the unpredictability of these crypto runs, just how they are high risk, just how they rely on FOMO in order to rope people in, she started going off about how similar those tactics are to gacha games, to gambling, and ran with that as well, along with her audience. Instead of, being an example of how these crypto scams weaponize the brands of creators against their audiences, right? She instead satirizes it by just, her logo and motto is literally just Oro Kronii trust, and that's it. And then finally, the fact that, again, these runs are infamous for being rug pulls and for awful justifications of scamming their audience. She went into this with quite a bit of prep, I would say, but zero research into crypto. And she didn't even bother trying. She played up, in fact, how unfamiliar she was with this topic and essentially leaned into the fact that she was trying to sell something while having no idea what she was selling. Which, again, parodies how a lot of these creators that end up plugging these various shitcoins have no idea of how much of a scam they are signing their audiences up for. And so, by the time that the stream wraps up, this has gone from being just a crypto scam, or a possible crypto scam, to being Kronii's crypto scam. Kronii coin is how people are probably going to remember this, not whatever the fuck the original actual coin that was being shilled was. Like, I've already forgotten. All I can remember is fucking Kronii coin. However, that being said, Zodic, what would you name your coin? Ooh, I don't know. That's a good question. Cushion coin? I think cushion coin could work. Yeah, cushion coin could work. I don't think this will hurt cover. It's not like they have crypto. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. One of the reasons why this is such an easy joke to make is because I don't think cover has any involvement in anything to do with crypto. So it's very obvious that, it's very self-aware in that regard. So, the thing is, this wasn't where this ended. Because had this ended here, had this been the last of it, we could have simply, written this off as yet another example of something similar to what happened with Kiara and the KFPs, where you have a creator bouncing off of their audience, and between the two of them, they end up co-creating a meme that overwrites all of the negative mental associations that would have otherwise accompanied a yab. However, the other talent started joining in as well, because on the same day that Kronii announced that she was doing that stream, Mori Calliope will quote tweet her announcement saying, "Just took my first dive into this type of venture. Thank you, Kronii. Feeling really positive about my future prospects. And return on investments. Dollar and bull," in Mandarin, I believe. And Kronii later on that same day would reply saying, "Let's be billionaires together." However, after Kronii's stream went live, Callie would then end up posting a follow-up saying, "Wait, why did it drop all of a sudden?" And after she was done with her stream, Kronii would end up replying saying, "It's to build momentum." And then Callie would reply, "Mind if I slide into your DMs with a few questions?" To which Kronii would respond, "My working hours are closed." And then Mori would say, "I'll go ahead and hit your inbox anyways. B." And then, not even a full day later, Mari would then post a second follow-up tweet saying, "Tomorrow I'll be exposing the dubious lies behind a hot new rug pull scheme that just crossed my radar recently. Arm yourselves with knowledge and join me on my investigation. 11 JST, 6 PM PST." And then she links to the stream. There. To which Kronii would then respond saying, "Hello, my working hours are open now. Check your DMs." And true to her word, the day after, Callie would indeed go live with an entire stream dedicated to doing a CoffeeZilla-esque parody of an investigative deep dive into yet another crypto rug pull, where she would go through all the usuals of showing off her private conversations with crypto scammer or Kronii, along with this photograph of Kronii at the Bahamas talking with Kronii at the Bahamas. And over the course of this, you have the very... it ticks off all the boxes of the usual tropes that you would associate with, investigative content of this nature. The documentaries, right? It actually does a pretty impressive job at aping documentary style pretty closely, because you have this sort of first-hand communication, right? Usually what documentaries will do is they will speak to experts or people who have first-hand information of whatever the topic of discussion is, right? So, for example, if this is a crime documentary, you will usually have a section where you try to make some sort of contact with the people who are accused of doing said crime. So that's what this is supposed to fulfill. But on top of that, what documentaries will also do to supplement the amount of evidence, I suppose, the amount of first-hand information regarding the situation being discussed, is they will also include things like first-hand accounts from eyewitnesses, testimonials, and that's exactly what Callie did as well later on in the stream, where she brought on Kiara, Cecilia, and Gigi to talk about their experiences with Kronii coin. Kiara being the, completely innocent person who got rug pulled, right? Very sympathetic, very, very devastated at how she had been misled, gaslit, gatekept, girl-bossed. And then you also had Cecilia, who was equally a victim of the rug pull, but as we'll see later, maybe a little bit less willing to take it lying down and maybe a little more willing to use deceptive methods to get her money back. And finally... And in my opinion, this is probably not a very unique opinion in any regards, but my favorite portion of this stream is when she brings on Gigi to act as this sort of your stereotypical copium overdosing rug pull investor, where she's bought into this coin and she absolutely refuses to entertain even the barest suggestion that this is a coin that won't hold value, that won't go to the moon. And how she starts yelling and freaking out and attacking Callie for defaming the coin, defaming the people that hold the coin and the creator of the coin, etc., etc. With just that natural gremlin shrieking that Gigi's so good at doing. So yeah, again, if you haven't checked out this stream, it is cinema. So yeah. And then finally, to cap it all off, right? After a pretty lengthy react section where she's just going through Kronii's stream, Callie brings on Kronii herself, and they have a verbal throwdown over this rug pull. And so, again, with that, her stream concludes. But later on Twitter, yet again, the talents would resume fleshing out this drama. Cecilia Immergreen, Hollow EN, quote, "Quite frankly, my completely unbiased opinion is that now it's the best time to invest into Kronii coin. It's at a low point, which means it will only go up again. Astronomically so, with predictably high historic growth. Buy your Kronii coin today, and feel free to DM me for a sweet deal." Kronii replying with, "My favorite VIP." And then Kronii herself would then tweet out saying, "Bro, would you rather listen to a conspiracy theorist or someone who has actual testimonials and success stories from others. To which Gigi would pop up saying, I trust you. I've invested literally everything into Kronii coin. If it crashes, I will have nothing. But I won't, because you would never lie to us. Not like all those other people who are lying to us. Disgusting liars. And then Kronii would reply saying, that's right. It's all about trust. And then finally, Mori would have one last final parting shot. Using buzzwords like, quote, conspiracy theorist, end quote, will get you nowhere. I was cordial until you tried to pretend you hadn't escaped to the Bahamas with your investors' cash. I'll be waiting on contact from your lawyers. We can settle this on your terms. My evidence is airtight. And then Kronii would respond saying, bro is spitting nothing. Yelling emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. And Callie would clap back with, you have a hidden talent. Keep it hidden. Fire emoji, fire emoji, fire emoji. I don't know who was the first person to start saying, you have a hidden talent, keep it hidden. But whoever invented that retort, they cooked hard. And so, from... If I have this right, so ends the saga of Kronii coin according to the various talents of Hololive. But just as the community of Kronii, just as Kronii's community, the Hololive community, started bouncing ideas off of Kronii when she was live doing her stream and was bouncing ideas off of Callie, so too were they getting busy actually bouncing ideas off of the talents by making their own fan art in response to all of this going down. Some of this is so Kino as well. You have, the cutesy art of Kronii bringing her coin to the moon. What I love is that each of these individual pieces have such specific individual styles as well. Hear Kronii talking about how a coin will go to the moon while slamming the chart and saying invest now, while it turns into this convoluted squiggle at the end. You have Kronii just tossing the fucking coin in the same way that the last time I saw someone use this meme format was JJK Brain Rot, where people were drawing pictures of Sukuna tossing a fire extinguisher mid-fight. And finally the whole, wow, Kronii really did get hacked. And then the background of the stream being Kronii loves you confirmed. Playing off the fact, of course, to explain the joke that Kronii is a bit of a tsundere. And then after Callie did her stream, you had a whole new wave of artwork on top of that. I don't think I need to explain this too much. I don't think this needs an explanation. But you also had Squid Game parodies, right? Because of that damn coin, I lost the money I earned from busting my ass rapping. You had you had this union between Callie looking shocked at Kronii coin going down, combined with I don't know what this meme is called, but the thing where there are the two anime figures standing in the rain, and one of them is all serious and stoic, and the other's just busy with their mouth aimed up at the sky trying to swallow raindrops, but with Mumi instead. And finally you had you had the Ace Attorney illustration of the saga between Callie and Kiara versus Kronii and all the people who are still trying to peddle the coin. But again, on top of that, I'll show you the first image is kind of funny because the shitcoin subplot is literally in season 2. Yeah, no, that's exactly. So yeah, it's so perfect because because there is a crypto subplot in Squid Game season 2. And that's what makes this again, it turns this what would have been a one-off yab into this essentially this internet cultural exchange point between all of these different IPs, all of these different properties, all of these different cultures, communities, and memes, that when you think about what happened on Kronii's channel on January 20th, if you don't just think of Kronii coin, you're going to be thinking of all of these individual reinterpretations and remixes of the meme, the bit, according to all of the other things that Kronii's community and the Hololive community were fixated on at the time. So when you look at all of these things, this is just a collage of all of the different individual interests that the audience specific to this particular creator, this group of creators, will have held. And these interests are all things that they would have integrated into their interpretation of how this event went down. And Jack John, thank you for being a member for 4 months. They learn from mighty Tenma. I don't know if it's I wouldn't say that it's inspired one to one, but it is definitely a reassuring trend that Hololive still retains the ability to allow its talents. Management is still astute enough to allow its talents to go about shit posting in a way that could potentially be a joke at the expense of the company, but is ultimately going to leverage so much of their own creativity and that of their audiences to essentially make memories. Turn something that would have just been a one-off, maybe controversy, maybe yab, into something that everyone can look back on fondly as one of the bits of all time. And so you have, just as a one bit of artwork that I thought was especially neat, was this one by EDF Ken, right? Be rich together. I have all in on Kronii coin. I will be happy in the near future, right? Ugh, I love Kronii so much. Ugh. And accompanying that, an artwork, a rendition, movie cover, movie trailer, movie poster style of Kronii as the Wolf of Wall Street, the Kronii coin of Wall Street, with all the other members of Hololive EN dancing around in the background, doing various things. And so, with this, we got the true end of the Kronii coin saga. Absolute cinema. And so, when you look at each of these three instances of a company experiencing a yab of some sort, right? Whether it be Kiara's channel termination, Tenma's model getting leaked, or Kronii's channel getting hacked by crypto bros. Now, what I want you to realize is that in each of these cases, because of the way that the talents handled that situation, because of management being astute enough to take their hand off the steering wheel, allow the talents to reach over and start pulling that wheel in whatever direction they chose, because management was clever enough, experienced enough, trusting enough to hand that agency over to the talents. In each of these cases, the talent's individual their innate sense for comedy and shitposting, their innate ability to understand their audience and bounce off of their audience, has resulted in every single one of these yabs being almost completely overwritten by the memes that those creators and their communities have created to replace them. You don't think about how Kiara got her channel terminated without thinking about how she had, the meme contest with the KFPs. You don't think about how Tenma's model getting leaked without thinking about how all of Face Connect became just Tenma for the course of about a week or so. You don't think about whatever the fuck shitcoin was being shilled on Kronii's channel once it got hacked. You just remember Kronii coin. And so, when it comes to understanding the role of comedy in recovering from controversy, what I want you guys watching this stream to understand is how comedy, humor, has a very unique role when it comes to defining how audiences perceive and remember events. Perceive and remember how things happened and what exactly happened. currently what we have seen, especially in a corporate environment, is that yes, it is a very popular strategy to simply move on from a yab by not talking about it at all, right? How even the smallest of mistakes are usually dealt with by simply ignoring that they happened in the first place. However, the reason why I made this stream, aside from just celebrating some examples of talents being really creative with their audiences in responding to a yab, the reason why I made this stream is because while humor and comedy are not an appropriate response to every controversy, tragedy, yab, or even most, it is a tool that, in my opinion, is grossly underutilized. And it is a tool that, if you are capable of using it, will benefit you immensely. And it is a tool that will ultimately both prove to your audience and to your talents that you trust them to do their job. And I do feel like that is something that sounds obvious to do when you are a company managing VTubers, managing creators of any sort for that matter. But it is depressingly common that I see companies forgetting that this is an avenue forward. There have been too many instances where a relatively minor controversy has led to where companies not recognizing the value of humor, not recognizing the value of comedy, has resulted in the company being stiff and too quick to use, leverage, and abuse taboos in terms of how they manage public perception. We saw this with Vols earlier on when they took Adora Fortuna to task over posting a hag meme, for fuck's sake. A dying star meme. In that particular case, management's inability to understand their talents, to essentially give their talents the space to leverage their own capacity for comedy, ended up turning what would have otherwise just been a harmless joke into a massive controversy for their brand. It soured the way that a lot of people perceived the company. You know, in a weird kind of way, what's currently going on with Globie is also quite reminiscent of this same problem, where being out of touch with your talents means that, well, you fail to recognize the inherent comedy of a situation. One of the talents that was terminated disclosed that they were being pressured by management into essentially signing what amounted to be a silencing contract, right? Where apparently one of the reasons why they were terminated, allegedly, according to this talent, was Globie, or Brave, read their law, which mentioned that they were part of the mafia, or they had family who were part of the mafia, and they actually took that as being a fact. And because Japan has laws against hiring Yakuza members, what essentially happened is management thought that she was part of a gang. And, or more specifically, that her family were members of a gang. And so they ended up instructing her not to discuss certain aspects of her family. In spite of the fact that, again, that was all just lore. And had management been professional enough to recognize that they had made that mistake and course correct accordingly, that could have been a moment that talent, their community, and Globie in general probably would have been able to laugh about. They would have been able to make jokes about that. Because a member of management assuming that your lore is real, thinking that you are genuinely a member of the mafia, despite being a soft-spoken French girl, that is comedy. That has the ingredients of comedy. But now we'll never get that. Because, well, their management just didn't have enough trust in their talents. Wasn't Coco literally a Yakuza dragon? Yes, that was her lore. However, that being said, Hollow's management is not the same as Globie's management, quite evidently. So even way back then, they were astute enough not to, take her lore as an objective fact. So yeah. Which talent was this? This was the talent that was behind Lilo, if I'm remembering correctly. The question is, who made the lore? It's a good one. It literally sounds like the plot to some comedy movie. Yeah, exactly. How many various comedy movies have you seen where the whole plot is someone has to act a role and the whole drama comes out of the fact that other people don't know that they're acting a role? This is a trope. It could have been leaned into, but the problem is it would have required self-awareness, trust in your talents, and a sense of humor. All of which I'm not sure, current point in time, that Globie's upper management possesses, or even Brave Group's management possesses, depending on how high up this decision came from. And so, if you take away nothing else from this stream, right? The one thing that I want you to understand, regardless of whether you are a talent yourself, a member of the audience, or if you are someone with, someone working in management or something, if you're watching this for whatever reason, is this. That comedy will provide agency for a price, while taboos can only provide ignorance on loan. It may be very tempting in the short term after something bad has happened to go for a taboo, to use taboo to try to convince people to ignore what happened, to pretend like it never happened. And you may even succeed in making it so that other newer people who are familiarizing themselves with the situation, with you, aren't aware of it, at least initially. However, you can't convince people to ignore things forever. And so, inevitably at some point in the future, your ability to hold that taboo in place is going to be eroded by something. Likely something outside of your control, likely something you cannot predict. And when that disruption occurs, if all you are relying on is the power of taboo to convince people to ignore what flaws you have, you are not going to be able to pivot with as much flexibility. You're not going to be able to adapt as adeptly as you would if you had allowed for the possibility of things coming to light. And so, while it may be more quote-unquote risky, and while it certainly isn't going to be a blanket solution for every time something bad happens, yes, jokes may come at the expense of somebody. Yes, jokes may even come at the expense of the company itself. But once you pay that price, comedy is such an effective tool. It is such an effective tool for reinforcing the uniqueness of the people who work under you, of their capacity for creativity, their connection with their audience. It is such an effective tool for solidifying that relationship between creator and community. And so, if it is ever even possible that you can leverage that tool, that you are presented with an opportunity to leverage that tool, I urge any and all companies to understand that, yes, it may be daunting, but comedy is always worth considering. And that's about it. Sometimes you have to swallow your pride for a good joke. Exactly. Comedy requires humility. Well, good comedy requires humility. Because if you're not able to make a joke at your own expense, then, well, you're not going to be able to leverage the situation, make it out to be as funny as it is. Oh, the BGM has been off for the entire stream? Oh, fuck! Okay. Well, that's a little awkward. I just realized, yeah, I didn't see until just then on OBS that, oh, fuck, it was muted. Oh, no. Sorry, guys. Well, the stream is going to be a little awkwardly silent. But in any case, yeah, I just missed it in chat. Sorry. I got too wrapped up in talking about people dying in Pompeii. Anyways, it's okay. I'll make a I'll put like a sticky note on my screen to make sure I check earlier throughout next time. We'll get him next time. But yeah, it is a little scuff. There's like no dead air, dog. That's true. Now you pull it off well. If you ever want like the added immersion of listening to what I'm saying with BGM, the track that I'm using in order to... the BGM that I'm using is called... Hold on, let me find it. It's called Champagne Toast by NBHD Nick. And it's an Epidemic soundtrack. So, if you want to cobble together an immersive experience of one of my streams, complete with BGM, then you can always just put that track on loop in the background of when I'm talking. But yeah, I didn't notice since your commentary was interesting. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet of you to say so. But yeah, back to the hypothetical stream idea with a guest, take some historical hypothetical yabs, try to come up with comedic PR strategies. See, that's going to be quite... Oh, okay, hold on. See, the reason why that's going to be difficult is the best people to joke about something will always be the people who experienced it. Not because of some sort of, oh, it's taboo because you can't make jokes about things you didn't experience, but rather because the closer you are to something, the more you are able to get at the heart of those truths of what happened during that situation to leverage that for humor. And so the complicated thing with that suggestion is that when it comes to trying to come up with, take some historical and hypothetical yabs, right? The best kind of stream that I could do there would be to get someone who was presented with the opportunity to turn a yab into a joke, but for some reason was not able to do so. Either because they were forbidden by, higher powers, or because they chose not to at the time. And finding a guest who's willing to do that, while having been through that experience, is going to be very difficult. That being said, I could always try to grab another guest to come up with a comedic response to yabs in the first place. Although, again, the problem with trying to come up with comedy retrospectively after something bad has happened is because the more removed you are from the situation, the more difficult it is to turn it into a joke without seeming like you are just writing it off in an insensitive manner. So, Guru responding to Guru responding with what streams to Fauna, telling her that I love your streams. That is an excellent example of off-the-cuff comedy. To sort of overwrite a yab. But yeah, there were some PR wins this week. Amiaralist Blue is the VTuber I thought who was... Oh yeah, no, I saw that, yeah. A VTuber who people thought was dead actually managed to, announce that she was just sick. Which is... You don't usually see a VTuber come back from the dead, but, well, yeah. Whimsy Fair, also speaking of earlier, the framework you brought up earlier. Do the paradigms map onto the PR strategies that corpos you did in your early streams, like the one you did with DN? Actually, that's an excellent question. Hold on, I didn't think about that to begin with, but now that you bring it up, I think we could go over that and see. So See, the thing is, right, generally speaking, when it comes to this kind of paradigm, right, functional paradigm, co-creational paradigm, social reflexive paradigm, and critical cultural paradigm, generally speaking, when it comes to corporations, these paradigms won't generally fit. Oh, sorry. It wouldn't be accurate to say that the corporation's overall PR strategy fits within these paradigms, because usually all corporations will default to the functional paradigm, right? The default for all corporations and their PR strategies is to have designated representatives who can speak up on behalf of a company when things go wrong. However, the thing is, the reason why the other paradigms actually see usage is more not so much in terms of overall company PR protocol, but individual cases of talents responding to things going wrong. For example, when Kiara, in all of the examples we talked about, right? Tenma Connect, Kiara's channel termination, and Kronii coin. Those were all examples of talents of their own initiative choosing to pursue something that falls within the co-creational paradigm. However, there are also other examples of social reflective paradigm and critical cultural paradigm. This one probably not so much, because it involves actually admitting that PR strategies have flaws, and a company is never going to do that on its own, and it's probably not going to allow its talent to do that either. This is more stuff that people like me would do, where we talk through various PR strategies, various approaches towards PR, and then we point out the flaws in those strategies. What sounds good on paper but doesn't quite work in practice. However, with the critical cultural paradigm, this is something that only very few companies have been actively leaning into when it comes to their PR strategy. Because what this requires is an acknowledgement of the way that the environment exists around you, while in an almost playful way, sometimes derisive manner, pointing out, exposing, sometimes laughing at the various norms that underpin the space you exist in. This is, funnily enough, the company policy of vshoujo, at least early on, when it was first getting started. When it marketed itself as the anti-corpo, right? The corpo that was very different to all other, well, the VTuber company that was different to all of the other VTuber corpos. When it first started out, this was their PR strategy, to indicate, point out, expose, quote unquote, the aspects of the VTubing industry that define it, right? The traditions, the conventions when it comes to the way that VTuber corpos were being run. And hopefully, by pointing that out, what vshoujo's branding was attempting to do is designate how different they were to the traditional norms. So it is for that reason that vshoujo's strategy usually ends up, well, seems, from the management side of things, it seems to be designed with this in mind. Yeah, this is basically the not like other corpos thing. However, again, like I said before, vshoujo will still default to functional paradigm, because every company defaults to functional paradigm. When things go wrong, every company is going to end up using a spokesperson to address the public on their behalf. The only difference is who that spokesperson ends up being, right? Part of my rhetoric is that this spokesperson should never be the talents. It should always be someone who's designated by management and trained to do this job. And so, this is why, this is part of the reason why I hold that belief. Because, again, it is inevitable that your company is going to need a representative. It's just that when things go wrong, when shit hits the fan, who is going to be the one standing in front of said fan? Well, in my opinion, it should be whoever has the most equipment on hand to deflect the shit. And talents are not great at deflecting the shit, especially not when that shit comes from something that management has decided to do. As is the case with what goes on at Globie, which is what went on at Globie, which is why I'm so glad that all of the talents have presumably, either of their own accord or at the instruction of management, come out unanimously to say, yeah, we're not the ones to talk to about this. Because, make no mistake, people are going to be looking for someone to talk to. People are going to be watching and waiting for Globie to designate a spokesperson. And until they do, there is going to be general distrust of anything that management has to say via a statement. However, like I said before, the person doing the talking should not be the talents. Jack John, thank you for the 20,000. How would Duolingo fit in this circle? I'd say Duolingo fits like here. I'd say they probably... Hold on, let me pull out the pen. I think they fit like here. Maybe borderline between functional and paradigm, but definitely in co-creational. Between functional and co-creational. But mostly co-creational. Because their ads are designed to work off of audience engagement. I guess in these cases, the talents did end up being the spokespeople. Sorry, hold on. Let me take a look at what you were saying earlier. So Media Watch, yeah. I guess this explains PR happening rather than intentional PR strategies. Exactly. That's probably a good way of putting it. While functional, in this case, the talents didn't end up being a spokesperson. Though not ideal, I guess humor is the talent's weapon, while functional paradigm is the management's. Actually, that's a good way of putting it, right? The best tool that the talents have access to is humor. Because generally speaking, it is much, much more difficult for management to pull off the use of humor than it is for talents to pull off the use of humor. Because generally when something goes wrong, the first group of people that the audience is going to blame for that thing going wrong is management. So if management ends up trying to make a joke about it, they come off run the risk of, like I said before, being highly culpable and as a result looking like they're not taking their flaws and their mistakes seriously. So when something goes wrong company side, if you want to use humor, generally the way that you are supposed to do it is, well, generally speaking, it's the exclusive domain of the talents. Whereas if you just want to get a clear message out there, if you want to set a narrative appropriately, strongly, effectively on behalf of the company, it is generally better. Companies are in a generally better position to use functional use functional PR strategies to do so. To have a designated spokesperson to speak up on behalf of corporate, to be able to say clearly to an audience what is going on, what is being done, how things are going behind the scenes, and how their favorite talents are going to be affected. When a company doesn't have someone to follow this, it's a problem. Because the thing is, if you don't have any spokesperson, silence is not an option. You are still going to have to speak. It's just how effective it's just going to be how effective your words become after that point. And the thing is, the problem that Globie is facing right now is that they have no spokesperson. And so when management speaks up in the form of a statement that has we don't know who wrote it besides just Globie, the more people dislike Globie as a company, which they drastically seem to have pivoted on now, the more people dislike Globie as a company, the less inclined they are going to be to trust something that comes out of the company without a face attached to it. And again, like I said, they did the right thing by making sure that the face being attached to it was not going to be any one of the talents. But they still are going to probably need a face. There needs to be some degree of visibility, some degree of, as cringe as this word has become, accountability from upper management regarding how those terminations were handled. And so this is what people are going to be expecting, and this is something that Globie has yet to provide. Oh, okay, Whimsy. I'm trying to reconcile the talents shouldn't be spokespersons. What with the humorous examples are good, but use the talents. Okay. So, I get what you mean. So, sorry, give me a second. How do you reconcile the idea that humor can be a really effective tool to use for PR with the idea that you shouldn't use your talents as PR, right? I'm guessing that's what you're saying. Now, the differentiation between between what's going on with the three examples that I just listed and instances where companies are using their talents as PR is mostly down to are they speaking up on behalf of the company? Right? Because when you use your talents as PR, that's a very deliberate choice by the company to essentially substitute themselves and management taking on a communicative role by getting the talents to do so instead, or allowing the talents to do so instead. The thing is, in each of these three cases, there wasn't really any reason for management to come out and say something, because all of the problems that were inherent with the situation that created the situation were dealt with pretty much immediately. And so they could have, there was no need for the company and management to come out and say something. Thing is, they could have just left it under the rug, right? They could have just swept it under the rug. They could have just ignored it. And had they done so, that wouldn't have actually cost them anything. Yes, maybe potentially in the future it gets brought up as an example of a yab in the past. However, had they chosen to ignore it, nothing would have gone wrong, because Kiara's channel still would have been up. Well, Tenma's model, while it probably, there's a chance that it might have been leaked and might have been used nefariously, the model, the folder that contained those models was still secured at the end of the day, and the VOD that exposed it was still taken down pretty much immediately. And, well, the crypto shilling live stream didn't even last half an hour before it got taken down by Hollow's management. So, in each of these three cases, the thing is, there is no recurring... Or actually, how do I put this? The need for a PR statement is reduced significantly by the fact that the problems behind the scenes that caused those problems were being solved effectively and immediately. The problem... Where a PR response by a company becomes more necessary is when the problem is severe or when it's not immediately solved. And that's where we get into the sort of acceptability of humor thing that we were talking about earlier. See, anything that realistically lands in... When a company is not culpable for a bad situation that has happened, and when a negative situation is not severe in terms of the consequences and implications for the company or the talents, it becomes significantly less important for the company to make a statement about it as well. So in a way, you can add a third line to this, right? Where, let's just say, the need for a company to actually address that something has happened goes up like this the more culpable they are in causing it, and the more severe the consequences are, right? If they're not very culpable, if the consequences aren't that severe, the need to make an actual corporate statement is pretty much zero. And so when a talent chooses to step up and turn that into a joke instead, what ends up happening is they weren't really taking the place of anything. They weren't really substituting the company's management making a statement, because there was no need to make a statement in the first place. That's why, in this particular case, the safe humor is indeed safe to pursue, safe to use. So it's a little like another chatter said, small yab / humor, big yab / management. Yeah, that's a pretty fair distinction, right? But when something goes wrong, they should not bear the brunt of public outrage. Oh, no, absolutely. Right, absolutely. But Curious, thank you for the gifted membership. Eternal Ant, I hope you enjoy that, those emotes. Sorry, give me a second. Whimsy, you're onto something. The problem is you just need talents who are continuously advised to behave correctly, otherwise it's going to be... Yeah. So the thing is, right, how do I say this? Talents being able to make a joke at the company's expense and at their own expense and at each other's expense. Because remember that the joke that Tenma made, right, the trial of Amy Isami, right, that was very much a joke at Amy's expense. If Tenma and Amy did not have an amicable relationship, I don't think that would have been they wouldn't have been secure enough in order for Tenma to make a joke at Amy's expense. So the thing is, in order to use humor as a tool, you need to be in a position where your talents are secure in their relationship with the company and their relationship with one another. They need to feel safe making fun of, making a joke at the expense of the company themselves and one another. If you lack any one of those three, your talents are going to be severely kneecapped in their ability to even think about using humor to overwrite a yab. That's the problem. If your talents are walking on eggshells for any reason, either whether it be regarding management, regarding each other, or regarding how the public sees them, they are not going to be able to use this as a tool. And the thing that bugs me, the thing that I find extremely frustrating about that kind of thing is being insecure, walking on eggshells around your management, around your fellow talents, and around your audience. That doesn't stop you from being used according to a functional paradigm of PR, but it does stop you from being from being able to use yourself as part of a co-creational approach towards PR. Because if you're not able to turn a yab into a joke, then you're better off just ignoring it, to be honest. If you're not able to solve the yab, if you're not able to joke about the yab, the best thing you can do is ignore it. So. But yeah, generally speaking, I think that it's not exactly how I would put it, but I think it's a good enough generalization that splitting it so that small yabs equals talent plus humor, whereas big yabs equals management, I'd say that's a pretty catch-all generalization that you can use. Oh, the slides with Tenma pics have 2025, not 2024. Hold on, let me correct that before I upload it. Thanks for telling me. I missed that. Little pun of me. Ah, yes. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Alright. So the main difference would be the talents didn't go out of their line to try and make a PR statement, just stayed in their lane. Exactly. Comedy and audience interaction is the domain of the talents. PR speak and corporate interests are the domain of management. Let each part of your company stay within their respective domains. If you try to get either to encroach into the others, they will not be able to be very effective, and the outcomes will be worse for everybody involved. Talents are not trained to handle the obligations, the demands of fulfilling the role of a PR rep, same way as managers usually aren't trained in the art of trying to manage audience expectations and how to generate community rapport to build up, to turn a yab into comedy via a community event. Different set of skills, different set of expectations. And yes, if you want to try and do that, you can, but it's not going to turn out well. Also, going back to Vols and their reaction to that hag meme, people here are all very tired of virtue signaling corporations telling people that harmless jokes are offensive. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Especially in the last few years or so, people have just been getting sick of, the comedy police, right? If you're going to say that a joke is immoral, yeah, sure, that's fine, but is it funny? And if a joke is funny, then, well, if it's funny to somebody else, then you don't really have a right to tell them that they shouldn't find it funny. Remember that one stream where you went over achan/notica/omega? I think that's part of the problem. Staff and company need to be in a kind of perpetual bad cop position. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. One of the reasons why I insist on the importance of a company having a corporate spokesperson is because sometimes when things go wrong, the company is going to have to do undesirable things in order to keep itself viable. Viable. And the thing is, sometimes those bad things will involve terminating a talent that isn't following the rules. Sometimes that bad thing may involve taking a hard stance against harassers, right? Making yourself look threatening if somebody is harassing your talents. Maybe it's something along the lines of having to, to put it crudely, wear an ugly face so that you can outline a boundary between your talents and their audiences, right? Regardless of what it is. There are going to be times when your company is going to have to be disagreeable. And the problem is, being disagreeable is directly in conflict to the kind of romantic relationship, Romantic in the sense of, you know, the way that we talked about it philosophically, right? It's directly in conflict with the kind of rapport that your talents want to build up with their audiences. And if you ever put your talents in a position where they might end up alienating some portion of their audience, that is incredibly damaging to their ability to function as talents. And again, like I said, you will always need a spokesperson. It's just a matter of who steps up to do that. If your talents are desperate enough, they will probably make the mistake of stepping up to do that. The way you prevent that is you designate a spokesperson yourself from management. And it is exactly like you said, Freakman. There is a perpetual need for a bad cop position. It's unpleasant, but it is inevitable. At some point, a company is going to have to be disagreeable, because companies aren't human, and they can't keep prioritizing individual human concerns over the viability of the company, because it is an entity designed to make money first, and everything else comes second, including the continued happiness of all of its members. Do you reckon it's possible to train a talent in PR, mostly so they can keep themselves out of trouble? I think it's possible to train your talents to... I think it's possible to PR train your talents. Definitely possible to PR train your talents. But just regardless of how much PR training you give to your talents, you should never trust them with handling your company's PR. Mostly because being a creator is an incredibly... Well, it's not as hard as being a miner or being a construction worker or working a 9-to-5 in an office job with a boss that doesn't care about you and HR that hates you. But it is a job that has a very specific set of demands and difficulties. And a lot of those demands and difficulties stem from the emotional state of the talent. This is a job that requires you to put a lot of yourself as a person into completing it. And as a result, your emotional state is going to become, at some point, closely tied to your content, its performance, and your audience. And when your talent has to contend with juggling all of those things, it is, in my experience and in my opinion, especially in this industry, unrealistic to expect that they are always going to be able to remain in a state of emotional equilibrium required for them to be able to be a reliable, professional PR representative if something were to suddenly go wrong. And so, it is for that reason that, yes, I very much agree that it is completely possible to PR train your talents, and that doing so would be beneficial because they would be in a better position to keep themselves out of trouble. However, no amount of PR training will ever prepare a talent for being a PR rep. Because depending on how they're doing around the time that something starts to go sideways, depending on how much they personally are affected, depending on their relationships with the other people in the company, depending on how their audience is reacting to the controversy and how that might change how they are perceived, that talent's ability to remain professional is going to be... There are a lot of things that can compromise a talent's ability to be professional in that situation. And I think expecting them to do that is to invite disaster, regardless of how much training you try to give them. It's all about dividing up responsibilities and not putting too many responsibilities for different things on the same person. Or the same group of people, I should say. Hello, Aquarake. Welcome to the stream. We're in the post-planned portion yapping now. Parrot has turned into a canary. I do feel sorry for Parrot because he's caught in a perpetual loop. Yeah, no, Jack John. Dizzy is an excellent example of this. So Dizzy, in her old job, right, when she was still, oh fuck, I can't believe I can't believe I lost the name of her PL. What was it again? Fuck, I can't believe I forgot. I got too used to thinking of her as Slugma, and now that's all I can think of. It's all I can think of. Oh, Alan, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the stream. Your talents can be PR trained, but make sure they don't take it upon themselves to think that they can be PR reps. Exactly, Hapini. Exactly. Great way of putting it. Urara. Yes. Okay. So yeah, Urara was a great example of how expecting a talent to do double duty as both a talent, an on-screen personality, and a manager is extremely demanding, to the point where even if you were to pay them the gross, the net GDP of Saudi Arabia, it probably wouldn't even be enough to mitigate the amount of emotional, mental, and, well, to be fair, physical strain that it would inflict on them. It's not so much about individual talent as much as it about just limits of being a person. And so Dizzy is a great example of somebody who, at least based off of her prior experience in her jobs, seems to be perfectly capable of acting as a representative of a corporate, of a corporation, right? Because she did try to straddle those two roles at the same time at some point. But it's just not sustainable. Like, she ended up quitting that job eventually, mostly because of the fact that it was just too much. She just couldn't keep up with the dual duties that she had to fulfill. And that's what I mean when I say that, yes, you can PR train your talents, but no, you should never rely on them to be PR trained. Because it's asking too much of them to act as PR representatives and spokespersons for your company. By all means, expect them to conduct themselves professionally, right? You don't want them starting beef with randers on Twitter, but don't expect them to be PR reps. Could you elaborate on Urara for those not in the know? Yeah, fair enough. So Urara was a talent back in Sundaria who was also a talent manager at the same time. As a result, she was responsible for not only making content on a regular basis, fostering her audience, building that up, building rapport, etc., all the things that normally go into being a content creator, but she was also responsible for doing things like managing the talents, checking in on them, making sure that they're doing well mentally, emotionally, physically, etc., as well as communicating acting as a bridge between management and their talents. I'm not sure if Urara had a public-facing role as a member of management. If someone was watching her around that time, if you could confirm that, that would be great, because I wasn't watching Dizzy way back then. But yeah, those were all the jobs that she was expected to do as part of her job description. And eventually it just became too much. She just couldn't do it. She lasted quite a long time. If you go back to look at, there are various clips floating around on YouTube of talents either coming out of Sundaria, having been in Sundaria, or who were in Sundaria, talking about how integral Dizzy was as a manager to keeping everything together behind the scenes. How they will remember Dizzy for being a considerate, reliable co-worker, being somebody who they could trust to look out for them. But in spite of the fact that Dizzy, by all accounts, was one of the most overqualified people for the job, who had all of the skills necessary to fulfill either job, she just couldn't do both, because that is just too much to ask of a single person. So, Urara. Why not get Sundaria? Now the question is, does this mean that you shouldn't be handling your own PR? I'm not representing a company, so I'm fine. If you're an individual person, right, an individual creator, it is up to you to handle your own PR, as harsh as that may sound. You are your only representative, right? However, when you become part of a company, that's different. A company is a group, essentially a group entity where each individual person adds up to an entire cohesive whole, and each individual person has a different set of roles and responsibilities. So, for that reason, when you join a company as a talent, that is when I can understand, that is why I say that, if you're in a corporate environment, somebody else should be handling the PR. Because you, as a talent, you are perfectly capable of representing yourself. But that doesn't mean that you're perfectly capable of representing other people and an entity that is far larger than just you. So it'd be really funny to have Bay collab with DC. That would be quite hilarious, actually. Hold on, let me take a look. Would you say that Vettel is basically doing that too? Yeah, pretty much. If you mean that he's straddling managing things and being a talent at the same time, yeah, I would say that Vettel does do that. However, his job is far easier because the thing that he's managing is not a person, but, you know, his AI daughter. So I was thinking for the eventual Face Connect stream, you could do a compare contrast with Sundera and how only Face survived. Oh no, absolutely. That is a possibility down the line. I mean, it's an idea that I have bouncing around in my head. I do, admittedly, I am a bit more hesitant to do these like feel-good streams when I don't have a specific event that I want to dig into. Because I don't want to sound, I don't want it to be too much like I'm just sucking FaZe off. Because, I mean, let's be honest here, I don't think FaZe needs me to suck them off. But I do think it is worth looking at because of how odd Face Connect is, how much of an anomaly it is compared to all of the other corpos that cropped up around the same time period. Holy shit, Chris Brawl, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you for being so generous. Welcome to the 20 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Not gonna lie, having a PR rep sounds like a very big benefit of joining an agency versus having to deal with every situation by yourself. Exactly. See, the thing is, when you are an individual creator, right, assuming you don't have any prior training in how to conduct yourself, when you're, you know, during periods of crisis management, or, you know, just general PR strategy, branding, marketing, all of that stuff, right? If you don't have any prior training about all of that stuff, and you are an individual content creator, the problem is you are going to have to learn all those lessons regardless, right? You have no choice. Your job is literally going to require you to know all of those things, eventually. But you can only learn them face first. And that's the problem. That is one of the biggest drawbacks to being an indie. You only have yourself as your main resource to draw from. Like me, I have a bit of an unusual advantage in the sense that I actually have prior training. If it's not, you know, I'm not qualified, I'm not certified, but I do have prior training. So when I come into things like branding, like marketing, like communicating in a way that is, you know, it might not be agreeable, but it is usually professional. That is where I have experience to draw from, knowledge to draw from that I didn't need to find out by myself. I had, well, admittedly, I did get a little ripped off to learn all this stuff, but I did manage to learn it from other people regardless. Other people don't have the same luxury. Other people might not have the same luxury. And when you join a corpo, on at least ideally, part of what a corpo's job description is making it so that you have the resources available to you to gain more experience when it comes to handling yourself in a PR capacity. One of the greatest benefits of joining a corporation is that you don't have to rely exclusively on your own experiences and capabilities anymore. You can draw on the experiences of others. Why learn a lesson face first when you can be told it by a coworker? Why have to settle for first-hand experience with making a mistake when you can draw on the experiences of those who are far more experienced than you are? And this is a selling point of corporations that I do feel has gone grossly underappreciated, especially recently now that all of these small corporations are having massive yabs and implosions and stuff like that. I think I'm seeing quite a lot of people just adopt the stance of all corporations are bad, right? And there's no reason for corporations to exist. There's no reason for anyone to join a corporation. Why not just try to succeed as an indie? Well, because as an indie, your mistakes cost you more. Recovery is more difficult because you're the only one who can make it happen. All of your experiences are limited to just being yours. And that's it. Yes, you don't have obligations to anybody else, but nobody else has obligations to you either. And that's the difficulty of being part of the indie sphere. And I do feel like that is... I understand why people will be very anti-corpo. I understand why people are in the headspace where every time a corpo fucks up, it ends up being seen as an indictment on corporate VTubing as a whole altogether. I understand that. However, at the same time, it is precisely this tendency to judge all VTuber corpos based off of examples of the worst ones doing the worst things that I feel results in this underemphasis and underrepresentation of how being in a corpo facilitates things that you just can't do as an independent. What I described in this stream, that collaborative nature, being able to lean on your coworkers to help essentially navigate a yab on your behalf and to back you up when you take the risk of trying to use comedy to deflect from a yab or to recover from a yab, that is not something that is very easy to do as an indie, because as an indie, all your yabs are yours. And so if you lean on somebody else to come in and help you with, essentially rewriting that yab, overwriting that yab, you're going to have to offer them quite a bit in order for them to be willing to do that, because they have no reason to go in and help you. Besides, well, you can say friendship, but finding friendship in this industry when you're an indie is infamously difficult. But when you're joining a corpo, all of that is already pretty much there already. Especially if you've joined a corpo that has a good work environment, that has a good company culture, that prioritizes talents forming bonds, friendships, relationships with one another. Relationships built on trust with one another. In a corpo, everyone is expected to look out for one another, regardless of if you say that out loud or not. It's just part of what goes into any collaborative venture. But as an indie, you don't have that backup. And yes, you don't have the cost of having to hand over maybe half, perhaps more, of your earnings either. But again, I don't think indie is better than corpo. It's just different. And I do think that recently, popular sentiment in this industry, especially on the EN, well, specifically on the EN side, has skewed too far in the direction of saying that, all corpos are bad and indies are like best or something like that. I think the main issue people have with corpos is that way too many of them fail to provide these benefits, and that's all the management issues. People just become extremely jaded. Oh, no, yeah, absolutely. Like I said, I understand where the sentiment comes from. I understand why people hold the sentiment. I just think it's a shame that even when you see good practices going on, people don't seem to... People don't seem to retain that at the forefront of their thinking when something goes down like what happened with Globie. Yeah, Western individualism. I think you're right, Jack. That's probably a very big reason as to why this, the sentiment is as popular as it is here. But yeah. Yeah, Whimsy. Unless they're already good friends / close collaborators like Numi and Bao, I could see it, but it's very difficult to achieve that as an indie. Exactly. First, it requires you to meet somebody and reach out to them. Now, since pretty much all of the people in this space have brainworms as like a near terminal problem, at very minimum chronic problem, that is already a big ask. Then you have to gamble on the chance that this person is actually someone who will not only vibe with you, but is someone who is going to be capable of developing a closer bond with you. Then you need to establish a working relationship where both you and them are comfortable enough with one another to be able to create content together at the drop of a hat. And then finally, you need for them to be willing to take whatever risks necessary in order to join in on trying to combat your yab. those are a lot of hoops to jump through as an indie if you want to be able to recreate those circumstances. So, yes, corpos are inhuman abominations, but it'd be great if we could get the benefits independently. Too bad streamers. Yeah, maybe. I mean, if you want to learn from VTubing, you have to make mistakes. That is true. However, the point that I was making is that in a corporation, at least ideally, you wouldn't be making all of those mistakes yourself. You would be able to learn from other people's mistakes, your coworkers' mistakes. Generally speaking, that's the point of a corporation, so that every time one of their talents makes a mistake, the corporation learns from it and instructs the other talents on how not to make that same mistake. That's why whenever you see the same corporation making the same mistake multiple times over, even if they're being made by different talents, that is a problem. There is a deficiency in the way that that corporation is being organized, is working. So, when I talk about, the reason why drama in the indie sphere happens to be very monotonous is because it's what happens when you get a whole bunch of people making the same mistakes over and over because each of them is making that mistake for the first time. That's why when you look at drama that comes out of the indie sphere, it all seems not just petty most of the time, but also unoriginal. Because there is nobody else. Well, most people aren't learning these mistakes from somebody else. They are learning it because they have made it firsthand. And every time someone makes a mistake firsthand, they get crucified firsthand as well. So, it's quite unfortunate that most corpos aren't willing to be humble, admit they can be wrong. Yeah, it's very frustrating when you see that happening. Especially because denying that you made a mistake can only ever work if other people can't recognize that you made a mistake either. And, well, I understand being, I understand wanting to project strength in the public eye, right? That you haven't done anything wrong, etc., etc. But even if behind the scene you are unwilling to admit to when you fucked up, that's when things get really bad. A lot of yabs are quickly and easily forgiven by followers and fans among indies, but as an indie, it's eggshells until you reach a certain level of popularity. Yeah, exactly. You have to gain momentum, right? You have to accrue an audience that is large enough for you to not have to care about things like social niceties or the idiosyncrasies of how other people are or are not willing to engage with your humor, for example. So, for now, I'm happy that half my favorite VTubers, streamers are part of HoloLive. Yagu is way too good at picking talents with awesome chemistry. Oh yeah, no. At this point, HoloLive has picking talents down to a science. For example, if you look at Justice, like, what? Like, the amount of talent synergy that they have, and the fact that each talent covers a slightly different base in terms of what they offer to the overall company, that is too perfect to not be deliberate. Like, Gigi is... How do I say this? I've seen other people describe Gigi as one of the few true extroverts of HoloLive. And I think that description is such a good way of describing the unique benefit that she seems to offer to the company. Because the amount of... I don't even know how to describe it besides the amount of new interactions that we have seen between the members develop and get catalyzed by Gigi's natural personality is what convinces me that the decision to hire her must have been something that was informed by years of experience and a very clear vision. Because you don't just stumble upon essentially social cohesion crack like you have gotten with Gigi. That is not the norm, especially in this industry where the majority of people are socially anxious introverts. So, yeah, no, that they definitely have something going on in terms of their talent selection, so. I think for indies that goes against corpo are those that don't need a middleman to establish their hand, but are only a few that are capable of doing things of their own. See, the thing is, right, whenever you see indies talking about how, you know, all corpos are bad, etc., it's always the indies that are either too big to need a corpo, or, shall we say, have exhibited conduct that would probably have gotten them blacklisted from working in a corpo anyways. Almost exclusively, the people espousing that kind of rhetoric will fall into one of those two categories. And that is what convinces me that it's not entirely a very like, I understand where that position comes from. I just can't see that. I just can't see that position being logical. Flow Glow is also very stacked, Jen. So yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. Didn't Gigi also mention that she applied? Actually, you know what? Now that you bring that up, I will say, to VShojo's credit, their talent selection has also been very good. Because since they started acquiring more talents, every talent that they have, I would say, for the most part, especially over the last like 2-3 years, every one of VShojo's acquisitions has been on point. They've all gelled well with the other talents. They've all been powerhouses when it comes to making content. They've all contributed to the company's brand image in their own unique way. So, whatever their flaws are when it comes to PR, they're behind the scene. The way that the company functions behind the scenes is no joke. Again, yeah, it's the problem isn't the selection process, it's how they advertise it, which is a PR thing, not a behind the scenes thing. So high energy GG and low energy Kronii is amazing collab. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Nobody in VShojo does not deserve to be in VShojo. Exactly. All of them have earned their place there. The only gripe that I will have is just with the way that they like message about it to the public. Yeah, part of the reason why I get so exasperated when it comes to VShojo drama in particular, and when I get so critical of their PR, is because it overshadows the fact that they have a good thing going. That's the most irritating part to me. Like, if it wasn't for that one thing, they'd have no problems. It's just so pointless. I actually never hear any indies actually saying that all corpus are bad. Some would point at specific corpus, but I've not heard one decrying corpus in general. It might be a Twitter thing, because I don't think any indies would be... There are not many indies who would be silly enough to go onto stream and then proclaim, oh yeah, no, all corpos are bad. Because it's just not generally a good look. Hololive learned their lesson when they recruited 3 introverts for Holo JP Gen 2. That could be the case, that could be the case. That's actually so true. Gen 4 barely collab until recently, it's pretty sparse. Oh, what's this? Hold on, let me take a look at what you were saying, Arden Top. Orange seems to be colored. Didn't Gigi also mention that she applied a few times before, like in previous auditions? Oh yeah, no, I think she mentioned that she applied 4 times before she made it into Hololive. So, yeah. I've seen a few all corpos bad takes recently, but they're scarce. Yeah, fair enough. I think the ones that I do see get boosted because recently a lot more people have been more sympathetic to that kind of statement. And VTubers and VTubers always see. True. Why base the industry to Twitter? No one actually streams there. The problem is, a lot of creators will end up using Twitter just because that's the only platform that both Twitch and YouTube respond to. None of them respond to their own appeals processes. The only thing you can do is go to Twitter and cry about it there. So for that reason, unfortunately, Twitter will always have relevance. However, I will say that so long as you only use Twitter as an engagement tool and nothing else, engagement and branding tool, maybe. I don't see any reason why you would find any personal motivation to despise it. Because yes, it is constructed in a way that is designed to be quite manipulative in how it solicits just engagement. It tries to get you to spill your spaghetti in the way that it's designed. However, if you use it correctly, there's not really much reason to resent it. Yeah, it's mostly a trendy phenomenon depending on the most recent yabs. Yeah, no, I agree with that. All corpo's bad is a pretty unnuanced take. Yeah, no, I know, don't worry. I know. When I say that I understand it, it doesn't mean I agree with it. I always think unless you can have consistent earnings besides donations to talent, most small corpos will implode at least year 2 at best. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And that's leaving aside all of the little shitty things that corpos may do that will end up destroying themselves from the inside out. Some of which including things like not listening to your talents. I only use Twitter to look at somewhat savable VTuber. Let me try that again. What do you think about doing a Cometa stream, exploring the dangers of mixing personal and professional relationships? See, the thing is, that is a subject that the reason why Cometa has not seemed like a very appealing stream idea for me thus far is because, one, Rima's done a great job of covering it very thoroughly on her channel. She's had 2 very good video essays talking about it. I recommend you check them out if you haven't already. However, on top of that, Cometa was an example of a company that destroyed itself from the inside out because of practices that were so abusive, so corrupt, and so abysmally misinformed that it is going to be incredibly obvious right from the outset why Cometa failed. The problem with something like, for example, mixing personal and professional relationships by having your CEO literally date one of the talents. The problem with that is that, yes, it is a bad practice, but it is a bad practice that is so bad that you are going to be hard-pressed to find some angle to tackle that introduces anything new. And so, yeah, just like Sumonite said, the Cometa situation is clear-cut to the point where I don't think I have much to add onto that particular topic. Because no amount of PR would have been able to save it, since it is just a fundamentally awfully constructed company right from the get-go. No amount of good messaging would have saved that company. Because that company was just fucked right from the start. Yeah. Cometa is an unusual example of things being incredibly black and white. Like, there is very little grey to be found in that particular story. Being indie can be good, but it's not inherently better or worse than being a company VTuber. Yeah, no, I agree. I don't think we'll ever be able to have a VTuber workers union, to be honest, because VTubers are... Well, it's mostly because of the fact that this industry is just way too diverse. Way too many people with different ways of thinking, different opinions, different values, doing different things, different content niches, different audiences, to the point where we're trying to get all of, a cohesive enough group together to actually form a union. That's never going to work. Okay, that's true. Still unbelievable that such a thing like Cometa was even possible. Oh no, I absolutely agree with that sentiment. I have no fucking idea how the hell, that company managed to exist. But yeah, no. VTuber Workers Union doesn't make sense. Yeah, exactly. Different interests. Yeah. Same problem with anime. Certain companies have unions, but for the industry overall, it's impossible. Yeah. Diverse, more like divisive. No, see, the thing is, Akorek, those two things are the same thing. Diverse and divisive are essentially synonyms of one another. Because if you want diversity, you will get division. Because diversity means that different people... It means difference. It means difference attempting to coexist. But coexisting is not always going to be possible when people are different from one another. So you will always have divisions. Those divisions can be navigated with diplomacy, but they will still exist nonetheless. So the more diverse a space is, the more divided it is inevitably going to be. Like that goes hand in hand with one another. They are not antitheses to one another. They are consequences of one another. Even if you form a union, what will be the other side? Who will be the union negotiating with? Exactly. Like, YouTube doesn't even give a shit about companies. Twitch doesn't seem to give a shit about companies. Only lawyers. So you're better off just trying to grab a lawyer of your own to represent you. See, the thing is, right, YouTube and Twitch, the only function that I can see a union being useful for is a mutual agreement between the different members of that union that when one of them gets wrongfully banned and posts evidence of that ban being wrongful, everyone else has a unanimous agreement to go in and give that tweet or whatever as much exposure as possible. That is the only function I can see actually being useful. Or maybe crowdfunding lawyers to send letters of demand after the two companies when they get wrongfully banned. Outside of those two functions, though, I don't really see much use. And the thing is, as an indie, more often than not, you are going to have the resources to be able to pull off at least one of those two. However, that being said, I can understand if you don't have just a blanket VTuber union. I can understand forming friend groups specifically with the purposes of doing those two things, right? But the setting up a VTuber guild would be funny. Setting up those guilds, so to speak, would be difficult because you'd need to find a group of people that have enough values in common and are trustworthy enough to not abuse that feature, that function. Because I do think there is an idea there to be had. Right? I do think there's an idea there worth exploring. I do think that creators, understanding that the platforms fundamentally don't care about them and will only care about them if when it comes to exposure, right? I can understand if, as a result of that, you have groups of creators banding together with the express purpose of making sure that each one of them knows that if something bad happens to them, they can post proof of it online and the others will come in to signal boost their message. That is objectively really helpful. That is objectively really useful. In fact, I'd go so far as to say that if you are a big creator and you want to help out smaller creators, one of the easiest ways that you can do that is by keeping an eye out for smaller creators who get screwed over by the major two platforms and post evidence of them being screwed over, and then simply retweeting, promoting, spreading their cries for help. That's it. It costs you nothing. And even if you restrict yourself to only doing it when the person posts video proof of what they got suspended, banned, penalized for, that's still way more advantageous of a benefit than something like, oh, I don't know, like, not to harp on too much, but something like trying to present yourself as a spokesperson for all VTubers when you're communicating with the representatives of one of the big two. Because that doesn't help. Man, given what Twitch has been up to over the past few weeks, holy shit, did that Dan Clancy patch notes episode age like milk. Those two things still sound like a good idea? No, absolutely, absolutely. That's why I can see people banding together on a smaller scale to do that. However, I don't see a VTuber union getting together anytime soon to accomplish that goal. So that makes me wonder if there are solid grounds for a motivated law firm to put together a class action lawsuit against streaming/video platforms on behalf of wrongfully banned creators. You'd have to reach a critical mass of creators both being screwed over by those platforms and also feeling like they don't care about burning bridges with those platforms anymore. And the problem is, all of the creators that have a big enough voice and enough money to buy something like that, to purchase something like that, and to have it be noticed, they are all also heavily incentivized to not rock the boat. So I don't really see that happening anytime soon, although I'm open to be proven wrong. Shub, what happened with Twitch? A few weeks ago, Giga from VShojo had an interview with Dan Clancy and Mary Kish from Twitch staff. They had an interview, a Q&A type thing, in the form of one of the podcasts that Twitch regularly does called Patch Notes, and they marketed this interview as being an opportunity for all VTubers to finally ask Twitch some questions about, concerns they may have regarding their place on the platform, and etc, etc. Unfortunately, what ended up happening was that entire session ended up becoming a I'm trying to figure out a way of putting it that isn't too crude. It ended up being nothing more than a glorified PR stunt, where egos were stroked and nothing more seemed to have been accomplished. Because almost everything that Dan Clancy said to Giga about how Twitch was run and what it values and what it prioritizes and things it will do and things it won't do has been undermined by the decisions made by that platform ever since. And before, but we won't talk about that because we have already done plenty of streams talking about that. Yeah. It was basically propaganda. I would sum it up that way. Unfortunately, when you are a creator with as much goodwill as Giga, you become a very appealing target for cynical corporations to use as a way of getting away from their own bad practices. Because make no mistake, Giga was being used in that interview. She was being used as a PR prop so that Twitch could make themselves look better in the eyes of someone who, was a VTuber. Unfortunately, Twitch has yet to earn the privilege of looking better in the eyes of the VTubers that use its platforms, and I think it's far from, it has a long ways to go before it earns that privilege. I want to see a Clancy interview that goes like that. I would love to see that as well, honestly. I don't think we ever will, though. Twitch is too scared. Like, they... Say what you like, but Dan Clancy knows when he's beat. He knows how to pick his battles so that he doesn't need to fight to begin with. Man. Yeah, Giga didn't see it coming either, yeah. I guess Twitch is now known for sharing propaganda. Well, I mean, yeah, that's true. Hassan's created that reputation for the platform almost entirely on his own, which is quite funny. The lengths that Twitch staff will go to protect one terrorist sympathizer on their platform is frankly baffling to me. Like, what kind of dirt does Hassan have on Twitch for that to be what's going on? Are they all just terminal gooners for Hassan? Like, is that what's going on? Like, any other streamer that has done what he has done would have been banned 5 times plus over by this point. But he's fine for some reason. Now, did that move make themselves look better if the newbie knew that? Yeah, I know, right? They put on this song and dance about caring about VTubers, and not even like a week ago, they banned one of the founding members of the VTuber Creator Club, which was supposedly founded so that VTubers have a voice to Twitch staff. And the funniest thing is, when that creator tried to appeal their decision, they weren't even given the privilege of speaking to a fucking human being. And they went to Twitter afterwards to say, oh, half of my appeal was asking to speak to a human, and they got denied that. Meanwhile, you have other big flesh streamers that have Dan Clancy's personal phone number so that they can speed dial him to complain about one of their friends getting banned. Like, what the fuck is this system? The worst part is Twitch will never be motivated to fix it. Ever. Because all of the big creators that have enough clout to talk about this in a way that Twitch will actually need to take notice, well, either they are willing to not rock the boat by complaining too loudly or too directly, or Twitch won't let them anywhere near them. Because you do have massive creators like Bao, like Lucy, like Shondo, like Kirsha, like Shy Lily, who have all, time and time again, taken big fat shits on Twitch's conduct towards, especially regarding its moderation. However, Twitch has been very, very careful to not allow any of these creators anywhere near any of their staff with decision-making power. They are, for all intents and purposes, deathly afraid of approaching these individual creators, even though they are influential, even though they have large followings, even though they are very vocal about their criticisms. So, it's fucking wild to me that... well, it's for that reason that Twitch's system can get as shit as it has gotten. Because they have ignoring complaints down to a science at this point. There is no favoritism at Twitch. Yeah. Trash day situation is super interesting. Personally, I find it to be quite open and shut, right? The people in charge of grabbing guests just underestimated exactly how hated Hassan was. I think that's about it. Although, I do have suspicions about how astroturfed Hassan is. But, oh well. It's just suspicions and nothing more. No, Hapini, no. I don't think people should do that. Turns out they all really did have trash days. Finalist, thank you for the 5. Hassan gets happy birthday. Hassan gets happy birthday. I don't know why I can't say that. Happy birthdays. Meanwhile, Shonder. Yeah, it's so fucking annoying to see how much goodwill and preferential treatment they waste on utter cancers on their platform. Like, if it's not somebody who's trying to shill sexual content at any possible opportunity, it's somebody who's actively sucking off terrorists on their platform. Like, why? Why are they so soft on these people? And when it's someone who's just like, you know, when someone who's just like an anime girl who has an edgy sense of humor, like, what? Then they treat it as if it's the second coming of Satan. Like, what? Why? I just don't understand. It has always baffled me when I look at the people who receive the most severe penalties coming from Twitch, and when I contrast that against some of the most blatant rule breakers getting nothing more than slaps on the wrist, if not pats on the ass. Like, what the fuck? And they still tolerate streaming on Twitch despite the discrimination because they could watch all the React slop they want. That's true, that's true. I do feel like most of the time the overwhelming majority of React content tends to be quite lazy, mostly because I don't think the people who are... See, the thing is, React content, when you're reacting to something you agree to, is almost always going to be lazy, right? Whereas React content is something that you disagree with is almost always going to be more high effort, because you're actually going to have to articulate how you think and feel and respond to that. To be fair, like... I understand why people do, like, you know, React content in response to things that they are, like, you know, they feel positively about or they agree with. Like, I don't want to pretend like I'm better than that. I'm not. At some point in the future, I will probably end up doing something along those lines. But in general, I do feel like Twitch's stance on React content has made it so that giving up the platform is a lot more difficult to more people. So, one of the many reasons why Twitch's ass includes bad UI, awful favoritism, biased rules, just asshole around. Yeah, that's true. It's called discrimination. They clearly have preferences. Agreed. Listening to what you don't agree with tends to give your body a very visceral reaction. Yes, but if you are a creator, it also tends to give your brain a very visceral reaction. A visceral reaction that happens in the form of verbal critique, right? Reasons and ways of pointing out flaws, criticizing things, pointing out differences, articulating differences. All of that makes for content that, at least in my opinion, is significantly more high effort than just nodding along with somebody else's video and saying, wow, amazing, would you look at that, and reacting to things that people are saying in chat. Because, I mean, I understand the get that bag mentality, but let's not refrain from calling a spade, right? React streamer, remember Susie, Lou, and her non-react streams? I haven't seen that. I haven't seen those. I actually don't like content that panders to my own views unless it's takes that I don't hear about often. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, I have the same sort of thing when I'm looking for content to react to on stream, right? I try not to react to stuff that I can't like articulate criticisms and responses to, because I find that just makes for more boring content. Because either I would, personally as a viewer, I would rather tune into a creator doing something on their own, or the video itself on its own. I'll be like Hassan, just eat and watch the video. Man, if I ever get the inclination to do that, I need you guys to like take me out back, because it's over. At that stage, it's time to pack it up. Actually, some of the best React content is when you're watching something you agree with but can articulate way better. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. So yeah, you're probably, yeah, you're absolutely right. I forgot that one use case specifically, but yeah. Being able to expand on an idea that you feel has gone under-articulated in a video, even if you agree with the stance, like that is one of the, I think that is one of the more enjoyable kinds of React content to watch personally as well. Because I mean, you get to hear your favorite creator like articulate, like fundamentally the whole purpose of React content is validation, right? Validation combined with curiosity at what your favorite creator thinks about something. Right? Because there's nothing stopping you from going out to watch it yourself. You just want to know how someone else reacts to it. It's in the name, right? And that thing that you just described, yeah, no, absolutely. That's a big selling point for React content when it's done right. I like watching people react to I like watching people reacting to Uncle Roger reacting to Jamie Oliver. Fair enough. I mean, okay. I think, to be fair, I understand the appeal of people reacting to funny videos, right? Because there's a little bit of validation, like, seeking where, you know, you want to know if they laugh at the same things you laugh at, right? You want to know how much of your sense of humor they share in common. But for everything else, if it's just like, you know, nodding along and going, yeah, based, whatever, and that's it, then I don't really much understand the appeal. That's true. That's why I enjoy watching experts react to content that's in their ballpark. For example, musicians. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. What was the This was like a really big trend among mainstream media companies that were posting videos to YouTube a while back as well, right? My favorite React creator is 8-Bit Drummer. Oh yeah. No, it's, I don't know if I'd call him. I guess technically he's React content. I more thought of him as music content, right? Because he's making something new every time he reacts to a new song, right? He's remixing the music by adding on percussion to it. If I remember correctly, the quote "calling a spade is calling a urinal its original language." Let me know if you're able to confirm that one for me. I would love if that was the case. Does Chairman eat by waiting for the scraps to fall from the sides of the couch? I don't need to eat, I'm a chair. Sometimes I eat without my consent when people like forget a chip or something. Artemis, thank you for the 5. Dan should be demoted or side-moted to CCO, because he's definitely not the CEO that Twitch neither needs nor deserves. I think too many people give a pass to Dan Clancy because of how the previous CEO, Emmett Shear, was just completely absent, right? It's like saying that your dad, it's like saying that you prefer to have your stepdad who is, who spends too much time partying, doesn't ever like visit you at home, sometimes give gifts to your older siblings once they've admitted to shoplifting or some shit. Like saying that he is a good dad just because your biological father just up and left once you were born. Dan has done many things that I can understand people feeling are popular, right? He interacts with quote unquote the community. But in terms of actual utility, leadership, I'd say he is a gaping hole of those qualities. But yeah, Chairman Amaikaki. They're correct about the urinal one. I think it was magnify or something. Ironically, calling it a spade is a euphemism, undermining. That is quite ironic. That is quite ironic. So do all the super chats go between your cushions? Yes, I stuffed them there for safekeeping. Wouldn't want them getting stolen now, would we? I think I might wrap up the stream. I can feel my throat beginning to die, and I need to grab something to eat. On the bright side, actually, despite the fact that I am now ending, this past 2 weeks has given me enough topics, both VTuber related and un-VTuber related, to talk about for a good deal of time afterwards. So keep your eyes out for the topic selection poll for next week's stream, because we will have quite a smorgasbord available to us. Now, I would include Globie, but I want to wait a bit more to see if there are any other responses forthcoming from the company and or Brave Group, because that is a unique degree of falling from grace that is worth dissecting. However, in any case, let me go over to the Headhort screen. I think I read out every super chat and member over the course of this stream, I'm pretty sure. Damn early end. Yeah, this VOD is a little bit shorter than the other ones, although I did see some people talking about how they missed when my VODs were not always in the double digits in terms of the number of hours. So, for those of you who do enjoy more bite-sized streams, hopefully this one is both a nice palate cleanser from all the negativity and also something that is a bit more concise, a bit more refreshingly short. Fun stream. Also, do you have a perspective on the current happenings at Mozilla and Firefox? I haven't been keeping track of that. I'll look it up after the stream, but thanks for telling me. But yeah, keep your eyes peeled on my community tab and on Twitter, because I will be putting out, well, I'll be putting out the announcement for what the next stream topic is once it's decided onto Twitter, and I will be posting the polls for deciding it on my YouTube community tab, either later today or tomorrow. As per usual, timestamps will be made later on within 24 hours, and I'll be uploading the slides to Patreon after this stream as well. So once again, if you're not a member already, become one. You don't need to even pay in order to access all of my slides. So long as you're a free member, you have access to all of them. And yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. Especially for a topic that I'm honestly quite happy to be able to cover, since, well, it's not often that I get to nerd out about more positively skewed topics, or topics that are a bit more feel good rather than being all about people fucking up or, you know, etc, etc. It is a nice change from the norm. Hold on. My my tab is just frozen again, for fuck's sake. Alright, let me bring you guys up on my phone. Otsu chair, guys. Otsu chair. Hold on, let me see if I can find somebody to raid in the meantime. Give me a second. Mozilla is going to be an interesting study in being an opaque non-profit org. Huh, interesting. Firefox has been a lost cause for 10 years. There's a reason Brave exists. True. Brave browser, by the way, not Brave group. Alright, hold on. Let me see. Oh, by the way, remember to like the video. Yeah, remember to like the stream. Subscribe, comment if you're watching the VOD. All that kind of stuff as well. It really helps me with the YouTube algorithm. Alright, let's see who's live right now. Oh! Tenma's live right now. Pippa's live right now. They're having a collab together. Okay. Interesting. Alright. You know what? I don't think Nasagi's still streaming, because he would have shown up if he was on my end. Can we raid both? Let me toss a coin and see whether I get heads or tails. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we're going to be raiding Pippa. Yeah, Amy and Remy are part of the part of the collab as well. All right. As per usual, remember, behave. Right, behave. Once you land in Pippa's chat, if don't provide too many details about what we were talking about, because I don't want it to become awkward. I will be going there myself to keep an eye on what gets said. But in any case, I hope you guys enjoy that. It's going to be a nice, yet again, another nice palate cleanser from all the shit that's been going on over the past 2 weeks. But yeah, as per usual, make sure to integrate well. Make sure to, well, I hope you guys have fun over there. And thank you again for tuning in to this stream. More content to come. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.